All right. Are we ready, Mr. Gilberto? In accordance with the open meeting law, the board states for the record that this meeting is being recorded by NORCAM and may be recorded by other local media. If we could stand and face the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we will start with our board member reports and old and new business. Mr. Wallner, if you wish to start.
I don't think I have anything to report. Let me just look through my list, but continue on with someone else, please.
Okay, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you.
Hillview's open, so anybody wants to golf?
1 second. If everybody can try to talk loudly.
No, as I said, Hillview's open.
Project.
Hillview's open, you know.
Hillview's open.
Public's welcome. You know, still some repairs taking place on the course, but you can work around and play around it. When I play, I cover the entire course. It's whoever gets the highest score wins, right?
Yeah.
And again, they're still working on the contracts, get the roof fixed there, which is going to be a major undertaking in the not-too-distant future. Historic Commission is actually gearing up now to get reactivated and more involved in things, and we'll be working with the administration to look into some more functions and things to do, and look forward to their reactivating themselves. And the Board of Health and Sustainability Committee will be meeting jointly to talk about how they can collaborate on different public health issues, environmental issues moving forward, and how they can have a little better communication between each board before anything is being proposed to the board for consideration at town meeting, and that's going to be taking shortly at their next meeting. So that's a good thing. Other than that, all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Studo. All right, Mr. Wallner.
Yes, the Swan Pond efforts to make that more accessible, we are doing an hour meeting with a consultant this week just to resolve some open questions, and we're planning for an open meeting at the Distance Learning Lab in like the third week of April. And so specifically, you know, as much for the Swan Pond residents because they obviously have concerns, but it'll be a chance for the whole town to start to learn more about what we're doing. And again, this is...
what committee is that?
This is for the Forest Committee.
Okay.
So Forest Committee is taking on the charge. And the goal is to open up Swan Pond to be more accessible to all of the residents of North Reading, but also not to do anything to unnecessarily disturb what's already there. So preserve what we have, you know, make very modest, minor improvements, make some parking available, all in an effort to make it more accessible. Because that's a beautiful, beautiful area if you've never walked in. So it's good to see it. And then there was one other thing. And then the tax committee, we're going to talk later about the circuit breaker match program. So that's one thing we're working on. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Waller, is that going to also be virtually broadcast?
I could certainly try. Yeah, or at least on NORCAM because they do have access there. So yeah, I'll try to make it on NORCAM if nothing else. Good idea. Yeah, happy to do that.
All right, and I can announce that the Housing Authority have finished their interviews. We were interviewing for a new director at the Housing Authority, and we had it narrowed down to North Reading and Reading, both of them being a management agreement, which is different than what we've had before. We've always had just a part-time director there a couple of days a week. So we have made the offer to Reading, to that director who wants to take it on as a management agreement. So it would be very much to our benefit. It's a larger staff. She'll be able to spend a couple of days there, plus have other staff members there on other days, and we will be able to pool our resources, which is going to be huge. So we have made the offer to her, hoping that she'll take it. She also does grant writing and management, so lots of pluses to bring to bring Reading on. So hopefully she accepts it, we think she will, and I'll be able to announce that soon, I hope. Well, that's all from me. So we can move on to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment?
One person.
Oh,
Ordinary.
do we need you to come up to the microphone,
I
Paul?
thought the mic was working, this way you had to talk loud.
Well, it's for NORCAM.
Oh, okay. But I had a couple of questions. One was, you had about 5 people go out and do surveys in town to people. I was wondering if you got that information back and compiled it
As pertaining to
to
what?
the wastewater system.
Oh, would that be you, Mr. Trudeau? Do we know what that is?
I'm not familiar.
No, didn't you have 5 people volunteer to go out and give them information to talk to residents?
I think he's referring to the wastewater committee, but that wasn't
Yeah.
go take surveys. We're just still waiting for info to have their next meeting.
Okay, so they haven't gone out and talked to people yet?
We don't have the information to,
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is that something that would be available to residents to see what your outcome is?
so there's,
And then I guess the next question is, did the information change your mind? Is there things you can do differently? Was it fruitful?
Was that ever something you were going to do?
We spent a lot of time talking about it and announcing it. So you even offered me the position. But so I just wondered, what was the outcome?
Oh, that was a former committee itself. I don't think anybody was going out to the public, right? That was,
I thought that was the reason for it, was that you form a committee.
do you want to explain the committee? Mr.
I can
Trudeau?
re-explain it, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's appropriate to talk
Oh,
about it now. But I'll re-explain what it is.
I don't need to do more. You don't have it. That's my question. You don't have it. And I guess you can just tell me, is it something you're going to be doing in the future, or was this an off-the-cuff thought?
We haven't scheduled another meeting because we're still waiting for the information. There was an update given at the last select board meeting, and that's where we're at. And it was a pretty lengthy update, but if he wants to add.
Mr. Gilberti.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you, so the DPW director and I, we anticipate providing a much more substantive update here at a select board meeting on Monday, April 1st. So that would be a good time to tune in for at least a summary of the findings for the cost-benefit analysis, the cost of operating wastewater infrastructure, and also an update on the discussions relative to the route, which I presume will lead to more information for the community on a timeline for potential consideration of town meeting. So next meeting.
Okay. And I had another question. I can't seem to remember it. I can't think of it. Okay. Oh, I think it was, I don't know what I can't think of it, sorry.
All right, well, that's okay. Thank you.
Well, we're here all night.
Is there anyone else?
No, I just wanted to clarify what Mr. Darrow was saying, that there was a committee formed, and they were supposed to keep the people informed. And at one point, we're supposed to be meeting once a month or every couple of weeks to go over what they were finding. And they were going to go out and talk to some of the businesses, some of the people in town. And that's what that committee was all about.
Was that the wastewater committee?
Yes.
Oh, because I'm, when you said surveys,
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
me
of something
too.
totally
Well,
different.
They were
that
going
was-
to go out and reach out to the people in some of the businesses to find out what their opinions and their thoughts on
Right.
the whole matter were.
I don't think we ever said survey for the
No, no.
mission of the committee. It was
No.
it's an
Well,
out, it's
that's the word I
a,
use.
Like an
it's
outreach.
actually an outreach committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, disseminate the information about it. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh.
When I'm trying to tell you something, I can't.
Yeah, no, I just use the word survey.
Originally, that's what I thought you meant, someone was gonna go out
We're
and
going out
survey.
polling people and say, we're here for the water committee. and
No, I don't think that's what,
impression.
what the intention was.
No, I think it was an outreach committee
Right.
to be able to go and explain the project more and more.
But no one went out and talked to anybody, as far as you know.
There's two issues that are holding it up. One is that the route, there's alternative routes to go to, you can go up 114, you can go through Andover. So that's being investigated again, because you have to have the cooperation of your neighbors to be able to do that. And the second thing, it was a challenge to the group was, what is the return on investment? And so both of those things take time to investigate. So I think the committee is kind of waiting for that information to come forward, and I think on April 1st, we're going to be hearing an update on where we're at with that. Just so I can finish, so there's no outreach to give information that we don't have yet. So I think they're just kind of sitting. That's my understanding.
Park Street be part of that decision-making, or is not?
Is what?
Would people who live on Park Street and?
I think the whole town is going to have,
Yeah.
there'll be outreach going to the whole town where people can participate again to hear the latest of what's going on, so yeah.
But you said decision whether you go up 114 or 28, the townspeople would have to.
Of course, yeah.
Would Park Street and Main Street and Concord Street be a part of that decision-making?
I think this is getting a little.
Yeah, this is going way ahead of,
No, but what specifically was our connection to the adjacent community is what was being relooked at.
yeah.
The route itself, Mr. De Niro, is the same route
Okay,
planned.
so that's.
In town.
Yeah, but I think it was the way that we were going to connect to Greater Lawrence and the Mass DOT work, and the Mass DOT work being more, a different standards than what we were expecting. So they were looking again at the alternate routes into connecting across the border.
And I remember my other question is, I'm feeling like I have a brain loss here, but, it was the information on the cost per abutter or for the rest of the townspeople. I've been on the website, and it's very difficult to read through and understand what's current information, what's old information. Is there anywhere on there that you could direct me to that I can see where the current thought process is on what the costs are?
Madam Chair, through you, it is posted on the website. It's unchanged from the iteration for cost that was presented to the select board last year. It's possible that may get changed as we move further along the process. But right now, the scenario is unchanged at this point. I will say, it hasn't necessarily been adopted either. It's just a proposal.
Right, but I just want to know what it is, because I never really had except my own ears of what it was. So I just wanted to have more correct information.
I think if you tune in on April 1st, hopefully we'll have a lot more information to be helpful for everybody.
Okay.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. Any more public comment? Anybody on Zoom, Mr. Gilberto?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, then we'll move along. We have time to review the list of articles?
Certainly.
Okay, let's do that.
Share my screen. Mr. McGowan, if you might be able to just dim some of those switches, I think it's one on the left.
That's what you get for standing there.
And it looks like everybody can see the list here.
Yep.
The paper copies over on the table if anyone wants to grab them, particularly the members of the Finance Committee. So we have 25 what I'll call administrative articles that are traditionally proposed by the town administrator on behalf of the select board and submitted to town meeting. I am not going to run through all 25 of them because they're generally the same articles. I will highlight that they include the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budgets and components of financial actions that are required as part of that. I'll also add that there is the opportunity to amend the current fiscal year's budget, fiscal year 2024, in the early part of the meeting. An opportunity for various transfers into different stabilization and reserve funds, including the fund for unanticipated or unbudgeted costs for special education, out-of-district tuition or transportation. I won't go through all of them, but these are customary articles that we have for our spring annual town meeting. And then there are 7 articles that I would say are pending or potentially pending, some of which we've had some discussion on, and I'll take those in order as a highlight. First is the lease of town-owned real property at 166 Chestnut Street. That is the DPW yard and the space that's adjacent to the garage itself. We had I believe it's a 25-year lease that is expiring for a cell tower that's located on that parcel. This would be an article that would allow us to potentially renew that lease and the revenue stream that goes along with it. So we'll talk more about that at a future meeting. It is coming to an end, that lease is going to be expiring, so we're looking to bring that forward for authorization to continue it. There are 2 articles relative to the acquisition of easements. One associated with a property on Pine Ridge Road that is experiencing challenges with stormwater, and another associated with the Chestnut Street Bridge replacement project that we're all familiar with. These would be easements that we may need to acquire to properly site the bridge. Proposed Article 29, zoning bylaws in the MBTA community issue that we had a bit of discussion at in the last meeting, and I think we're going to talk later on about a potential joint meeting to continue that discussion shortly. The renaming of Parish Park, which is being proposed by the Veterans Committee. I'm expecting an article from that committee as well. And I believe they're looking to rename more in line and in recognition of our veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Fire station construction funding and fire station bidding phase funding. So we've talked about potentially moving forward with the funding of the construction project at the spring annual town meeting. So the proposed Article 31 would do that. If we were to determine, and again, these are discussions that we need to take place at future meetings, but if we were to determine that we would like to have more information, specifically actual bids in hand prior to going to town meeting for construction approval, we would need some funding to go through the bidding phase process in order to complete that bidding and to get those bids in hand. So that it's sort of an either or. If we aren't going to do the construction itself, we won't need Article 31, but we may want to take advantage of Article 32 for bidding phase funding in order to have bids in hand come potential fall annual town meeting. Again, I think there's other conversations that we need to have as soon as tonight before we can make that determination, but this gives us alternatives. And I just want to recognize that the facility master plan committee is going to take a formal vote tomorrow at a meeting regarding these articles, and there may be some discussion with the fire station building committee as well with regard to those articles. This is the scope that we're looking at right now for town meeting. Obviously, this is the day that the articles were due. At times, things come up after the fact, and we'll certainly modify this list as needed. But we'll look to try to have a draft of the warrant in your hands, if not on April 1st, then on April 22nd. One other item I will say too, I'm told I may receive a letter requesting funding for roof repairs at the Putnam House in the center of town. So I'm not sure exactly what form that's going to come in, but just want to make folks aware that that could come our way as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gufferman. We have a few minutes. Do we have time to approve the health insurance plan? Do we have a motion for that?
We do, and Madam Chair, through you, before the motion's read, I'll just for the personal public, we generally meet with the town's insurance advisory committee to work out the arrangement for health insurance for the upcoming fiscal year to the extent that the IAC has a role. And unfortunately, we have a very good relationship, and we've capitalized on that partnership by creating our participating funding arrangement program, or PFA. This year, we'll be relying on some funds from the PFA to stabilize our health insurance costs, which came in at about a 12% or so renewal increase. We're going to be able to utilize our PFA funding, both the town share and the employee withholding share, to reduce that impact to 8.5%, which is sort of the target that we've been working on the past couple of years. So I do want to recognize the work of the finance director, who's seated up here tonight, the human resources director, the insurance advisory committee, some members of whom may be in the room here, and also the board itself and our consultant, IBG, to try to get to this spot. You know, I've said previously, we've set aside quite a bit of funds over 6 or 7 fiscal years to be able to stabilize the program without having to make drastic changes. And I want to recognize, you know, the employees in the town for funding that, you know, year in and year out, so that we could be in this spot to be able to try to maintain some level of control over the rates. So the motion before you reflects that and the 8.5% increase that we've talked about, conditioned on that transfer that we would propose at town meeting from the PFA stabilization fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the employee health insurance for fiscal year 2025 as indicated in the attached document entitled Pillar RS Adjusted PFA.
Second. Mrs. Minipelli.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second by Mrs. Minipelli. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, I think we're at 8:10.
8:15. Was the typo.
What?
It was supposed to be 8:15.
Is it 8:15 or 8:10?
I have 8:10 posted. I don't know what the finance
I
committee.
have 8 times.
All right, go back.
Seems confusing.
Don't play with us, Tim.
When I used to be so early. Great.
Hey. Okay, so we have a joint meeting with the Finance Committee for the FY 2025 Department Budget hearing.
Madam Chair, through you. Sure, we'll take them in order on the agenda, and we'll begin with the town clerk, who I know is here this evening. She, yes, please. As she's approaching, she has been flexible, and we have been flexible with scheduling while she was handling the presidential primary election,
Yes.
as well as the Democratic and Republican state committee elections, one of which is now in a recount
Yes.
that requires her attention over the course of this week. So thank you, Susan, for being here tonight. Hopefully get you in and out of here pretty early. Is it not letting you?
I'm not seeing it. I'm just getting the joint meeting and this one.
Oh, no problem. Here we go.
IT to the rescue.
Here we go.
Careful about doing that, please.
Pardon?
Careful about doing that, please.
Oh, sharing the screen?
No, just changing that setting,
Oh, gotcha.
because that's where we get in trouble.
Yeah, yeah, we're really excitement.
So let's see, and we want that, I believe. All right, fire and hold.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Sue Duplin, town clerk, and my FY25 presentation. Thank you for having me. So we just finished up with the presidential primary election March 5th. We still have one more election in FY24.
the town election. Just a quick note on that, tomorrow by 5 o'clock is the deadline to return all nomination papers while we're on the subject. So for FY '25, we have 3 scheduled elections. The September 3rd state primary election, which has all your state reps, clerk of courts, register of deeds. November 5th, of course, the presidential election and the next year's town election. Department updates. Carol Ducro, who was a full-time employee in my department, she retired January 31st after 24.5 years of service with the town. She is greatly missed. Myself and Assistant Town Clerk Stephanie Connolly have been working hard managing and holding down the office. In the meantime, we've had a few seniors from the tax workup program come in and assist us, which is very much appreciated. Due to Carol's retirement, we do have a grade 2 vacancy. It's a union position. I will begin myself in HR. We'll be doing interviews tomorrow in the morning. We are interviewing, we had 7 candidates, a couple withdrew. So we are interviewing 4 candidates in the morning, back to back. Hopefully, out of the 4, we find that diamond in the rough, open. District-wide recount. Yes, first Essex and Middlesex. North Reading is the only one in the Middlesex included in that district-wide recount. So as you know, we just had the presidential primary. On the Republican presidential primary ballot, the state committee man, there were 3 candidates running district-wide. So we had Michael Scalata, I'll just name the candidates, Michael Scalata, Clayton Sova, and Jeffrey Buell. Candidate Clayton Sova filed a district-wide recount petition in Gloucester. That is where candidate Sova is from. And of course, Scalata and Buell live here in town in North Reading. The district itself involves 19 municipalities. To name a few in the Essex district, Gloucester, Ipswich, Groveland, Middleton, there's 19 of them, and then North Reading. So it only involved filing a recount petition in one of the 19 municipalities to warrant a recount. So Mr. Sova filed his recount petition. The city clerk, I believe, there certified it, and then it goes to Secretary Galvin's office. They turn around and certify it. Everything was legit. And so then all the 19 municipalities involved get notified. So we got notified. All 19 municipalities must hold their recount no later than 5 p.m. this Friday. So North Reading's recount is scheduled for this Wednesday at 9 a.m. at St. Teresa's. The general public may also witness the recount, but cannot participate. Here's my budget. Can we move that home? It's kind of wiping out all my. Sorry.
You only see it on yours. Everyone viewing at home and whatnot can see the full screen.
Sorry. Okay, so my office payroll expense will decrease for FY '25 since the grade 2 new hire will come in at a low step. Carol Ducro was at her top step when she retired, so that portion of my budget will decrease. The elections program is mandated by federal and state statutes. My records program, for the most part, coincide with my elections program. If there's an increase in elections, then there's an increase in my records program. All election expenses have increased, consisting of ballot programming, ballot printing, payroll expense, advertisement, and overtime. Postage, as you know, recently increased. For the presidential primary election, to mail one ballot was 88 cents. We mailed out almost 3,000 mail-in ballots for a cost of just on, it was about $2,700 for just that one election. Everyone who checked off all elections this year on Secretary Galvin's early mail-in postcard ballot applications, we must mail early ballots to everyone, every election this year, including the town, September election, and November election, which is a huge postage expense on the town clerk's department. Between now and November, there will be many more new mail-in ballot requests, which will increase postage.
They do have to be requested though, right?
Yes, you can request it through Secretary Galvin's website. There's many avenues. You can do it through email, you can call us, we'll mail you an application. We already have a lot of applications on file. Secretary Galvin is going to do another mail prior to the September 3rd election to all new voters between the last election and 45 days before the September election. For the November 5th presidential election, we have an influx of voter registrations. That will increase my postage, envelopes, and paper expense. Ballot programming for the November election will be costly along with the offices. There will be questions on the ballot, so the more that's on the ballot, the expenses increase. I built into my FY25 budget a small capital request for $8,000. And it's for 5 new poll pads. You're all familiar with the poll pads. You see them at town meeting when you check in for town meeting. You see them at St. Teresa's when you check in for elections, and we also use them for in-person early voting. Having additional poll pads will help expedite the process. My department expenses are only for scheduled elections and town meetings. The district-wide recount expense, is incurred by the municipalities, which is unforeseen, therefore not budgeted. My FY25 budget is increased by 12% to compensate for the expenses of the November presidential election. So here's the stats from the presidential primary election. So we had 17 Libertarian ballots, we had 1567 Democratic ballots, and then we had 2,315 Republican ballots. That 2,315 Republican ballots is what will be involved in the recount this Wednesday. And I think that's it. Any questions? Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Yeah.
Just for the election itself, very well done. You had a lot of new faces there, which is, I'm glad to see. It's sad to see some of the old faces weren't there, but nice to see your, it was, when I went, it was very well organized and managed as usual, so congrats on that. Sorry you have to go through that, but it is kind of interesting. A recount is kind of interesting, even though there's a cost factor to us for doing it. But thank you for what you're doing for the town.
Thank you. Scarlett, there was a 28 vote difference amongst, total-wide, district-wide, so we don't have to go through recounts, which will be fine. If they're having a recount, it's just like preparing for an election. you know, there's a lot of things that you have, you know, you have, all your supplies, all your workers, there'll be police details, town council will be there. So, yep. On fun.
Be interesting to see if it turns out to be the same number from our end,
Yeah.
you know?
Should.
Yeah.
Should.
They usually
Good.
turn out more surprising than you would expect. So,
Anyone else? Ms.
No,
Early?
again, to you and your staff, and now that you're short-staffed too, but to the volunteers and the people who helped this come to fruition. And I know that when the Secretary of State mails out those postcards, that increases your workload substantially. And again, how many people requested ballots?
Almost 3,000.
Yeah, almost 3,000
Yep.
people in
That's just
town
for this
requested the mail-in ballots. And that's a substantial amount of work for
Yeah.
our staff to do so. But it's a wonderful thing too. I mean, to me, the more people to participate, the better. The more we hear from, that's great. And we should make it accessible and easy, and that's what's happening, and that's good. But it does fall upon the municipalities, and Sue, your team, make it happen. So
Thank you.
congratulations, thank you for all your effort, and be sure to all the poll workers and everybody. So
There's a lot of things that, you know, I always tell people, planning for an election is like planning for a major function. There's a million things that come into play. There's a lot of people that are involved, a lot of organization. You know, I always plan for the worst and hope for the best, right? So, it is a lot of work, and thank you. You do our best.
Anyone else?
it's the most wonderful time of the year.
Not really.
Some of us political junkies.
But it's a busy year, it's a busy year for you, obviously, with
Yes,
all the
very
primaries
busy
and the
this year.
presidential election.
Yeah. I just want, you had some big shoes to fill with Barbara Stats, and you've done a great job.
Thank you.
It's been pretty seamless. So continue the good work, and good luck on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not ask the finance committee. I completely ignored you. I'm sorry. And you're right there. Did any of you have any questions or comments?
What was the amount on that, 3,000?
8,000.
There were 3,000 ballots.
I was gonna say, it's not on the 8,000's not on the,
No, it wasn't on there. On your,
I wasn't gonna call you out on
I
it.
know,
I
Sarah.
didn't know to put it there. I put it in another line item.
Yeah.
It's in my elections. It's in.
Oh, so it is there, just not?
I didn't
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
in,
Oh, is it worked in?
yeah, it's worked in one of the
Oh.
line items, yeah.
I was looking where you had capital, I thought it was
Yeah,
there.
sorry, I didn't segregate it out. But it is in, probably the one that's up to the highest, like 40% or,
All right, if you can point it out to me tomorrow. that's
yeah,
fine.
I'll put that, it's in one of
As
those
long as
line
it's there.
It's in
Oh, I
the
see it.
elections.
No, because that's the postage was 8,000, is that when you pay some postage? All right, well,
No.
you can show me tomorrow.
It says it's-
Okay.
You can reshuffle the books.
Yeah.
As long as it's in there, it's different spot, okay.
It's in-
Did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, and Sue, are these all new, or are there any replacements for the pole barns?
No,
These are
brand
all
new,
additions?
brand new. Comes with a 1-year maintenance.
What have you been using?
Pole pads. I have 5. And 5 more would allow me to double up at the elections. Town meeting, if we have a lot attended town meeting, I can double up on checking in to expedite, the lines, get people in town meeting quick. We use 2 poll pads for in-person early voting. They come in very handy, actually.
I'm not complaining, I just, you don't have, twice as many poll takers as you don't have as many, people working for you as you have pads, you have more pads than people, is that correct?
Nope, I will have more than enough for November.
Okay.
Yep.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
All right,
You're
thank
all
you.
set now. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Parks and Rec.
on here, but I have no presentation. It's the one you sent me, right? Yeah. Okay. That works for me.
Hello, everybody.
How are
Marty
you?
Tolman, Parks Director, and Maria Brown, Operations Director. Thank you for having us tonight.
So I just arrow over.
You got it.
I arrow the next one. How do I down that down there? Scroll. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So everybody, this is basically our department. Consists of Parks Director, myself, Operations Director Maria, Recreation Director Nancy Orsino, Parks Foreman Mike Marciano, and then we have the Administrative Assistant, Recreation Programmer, and currently one Maintenance Craftsman at DPW. Our request we're proposing tonight is to add another maintenance craftsman to the department. As you can see, we have, and Recreation has over 5,000 residents and non-residents on their registration portal. Recreation takes over 3,000 registrations per year from residents of all ages, from 0 to 99. All the programs that we offer. Takes care of all the different ages. We offer a full-time summerscape program for school-age kids, summer clinics, whether it's sports, science, archery. The adult programs involve with pickleball, volleyball, archery, yoga, futsal, and disc golf. Recreation has trained its staff also to increase its inclusive programming, which is very important. These are just some of the pictures, which just go through quick of things that we have got going on with recreation. There's some pictures of the adult activities and kids. These are the parks and a number of acres that we currently maintain. As you can see, there's 93 acres of parks land, which includes mowing, weeding, mulching, fertilizing, grooming, irrigation, aerating, cleaning, maintaining, assessing parks and playground structures regularly, and to improvements for safety and concerns. We attend to walkways for safety, backfill edging, install and maintain the memorials. As you can see, permits and schedule last year, we put out 10,924 hours permitted this past year, which includes high school sports, leagues, adult leagues, clubs, rentals, which include residents, non-residents, businesses for special events, all sorts of things. We have thousands of people visiting our parks and fields every year. In a given year, RFP, we have over 50,000 people from youth to adult leagues, permits, and recreation programs. And that doesn't include the special events like Town Day, National Night Out, Fraternity Trot, which we always support through rec-wise. You can see Ipswich River Park was opened in 1997, 27 years ago, and there's been numerous improvements that we've made along the way, especially this year. We've had a lot going on with the funding from the state and support from the town, and also money from retained earnings, and Friends of Parks and Recreation have donated money. There's a lot going on, and residents are going to see a big difference when they go to Ipswich River Park this year, because a lot of those projects are in the process of being completed or are completed. So a lot going on, and proud that stuff's getting done. So you can see these are the projects on the turf through funding from state, and also the town meeting vote that was completed just before the season started last year. The IRP playground was completed. I say completed, but this year we're proposing to use $50,000 of retained earnings from Parks and Rec to add more toddler apparatuses in the area, because a lot of people, the feedback from the town was we didn't have as much for the toddlers, so we're addressing that this year, and we have room to do that. The $50,000 that we propose should be plenty of funding to take care of it, and it's something that we'll install in-house ourselves. The tennis courts resurfacing is going to be completed in May. We just have to, all the major work was done. Just the surfaces that have to be painted, the tennis lines, and we're including pickleball in those courts, so there'll be 4 pickleball courts painted in there as well, which will make a lot of people happy.
Yes.
I was told today that they have to wait for the surface to be up over 50 degrees for a period of time, so we're looking at beginning of May for that to be completed. It shouldn't take long. Kid Spot, I know everybody's anxious to get that going. Demolition was completed, and we did hire a design firm that we're working with, and we're having a meeting this week. We formed a subcommittee to kind of finalize the plans for it. We've taken a lot of public input on what they wanted there, and so the final design, we're going to be, sometime this week, we're going to come to a decision on what's going to go there, and then we can move forward with ordering the equipment and hopefully have it installed by the end of, finished by the end of June. We've done a lot of fence repairs at IRP, the hockey rink, skate park, and tennis courts is done. We did the skate park repairs, put it all in new panels. We've had some issues with the little bubbling of the platforms. Working on that right now with the manufacturer, or the warranty issues, and the installer. Once we get the idea, it'll be finished and repaired sooner than later. We're just waiting for the direction from the manufacturer. The recreation center repairs were completed. Put all the windows in, bathroom ceilings, dehumidifiers. It was just cleaned this weekend, all disinfected, so recreation center is good to go. The hockey rink boards, we have awarded the contract, so that should be another thing that's going to happen quick. And in-house, we're going to take care of replacing the kick plates around the side and painting it. IRP tree removal. A lot of you may not know, IRP, well, the town has been infested by emerald ash borer, an invasive insect, which has affected IRP. Kid
I
Spot.
did not see that on social media, so it can't be true.
What's that? Well, we reported it to the state. They got back to us, and there's really not much we can do.
Wow.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are on the perimeter of the parking lot, as you go in the main parking lot, but a lot of them are around the walkway out back in the sports fields. We need to take them down. It's a safety issue. We're addressing that now, and we have money in our budget to take care of the removal. We're trying to come up with a plan with LUC, because unfortunately a lot of them are memorialized trees, so they need to be replaced, obviously. There's a total of 43 trees total. So we're going to prioritize taking care of the memorialized ones first. Obviously, we can't just go and put 43 trees in because you have to maintain them to make them, you know, succeed, not fail, so. That's our plan. We're working on that right now. There are plenty of arborists out there. There's no way to treat them and save them. So it's an issue. They gotta go. I mean, it just came into North Reading probably the end of 22 into 23. It wasn't noticeable until it was too late. I've talked to Hillview, I've talked to the DPW. There's no really, it just affects ash trees. So they weren't trees that were planted. I think they were just part of the park design that were there, and they were left, you know, they were working around it and left those trees. But unfortunately, they're gonna have to go, and so we're gonna have to come up with a plan to replace them.
So you won't replace them with ash trees?
No. We're gonna, I know we're gonna get a lot of opinion from the people that have the trees memorialized for them, but our committee's gonna get together. We have to have something that's gonna fit and be tolerable for the environment for IRP.
Yeah.
So that's what we're working on. That's what we're working on right now. Some more pictures of the IRP in
Mrs.
playground.
Hurlbut has a,
Yeah, through you to Marty. Marty, is there some special way of disposing of the trees you take down to prevent further spreading of the disease?
Yeah, they're gonna be taken down and chipped into mulch. They're gonna be not, they're gonna, once they're down, it's not gonna affect any further spread of it.
Okay.
Yeah. More pictures, there's a picture of the new field with the logo on it, turf field. Came out nice. More pictures of all these fields we take care of. So this year, this is the change we're asking for is normally the town subsidized our 3 positions: Parks Director, Recreation Director, and the Operations Director. And a portion of one of my members is crafts maintenance. What we're asking this year is for the town to fully fund 3 positions and the craft maintenance equipment operator position to bring it up to 332. And our request would be that we do that. If we can do that, then through the enterprise, we'd like to fund the third person. I think we need it. With all the projects we have going on, we have a lot more work to do than we have in the past. We requested it last year. We're requesting it again. I think it's something that the department needs. When you only have 2 guys and you have 1 guy out sick or 1 guy's using vacation, and you have the demand of the fields all the time, where we're an enterprise, we have to, the user fees we get, the expectations from the residents are to have everything perfect. And a lot of times it's really a challenge for us to try and get everything done. Plus with Mother Nature doesn't help, especially this year. It's been all rain. If you've been down at Citrus Park most of the year, half the walkway was covered, swing sets were underwater. It all drains into Ipswich River, and there was no way for it to go. So it's another one of the challenges we face. So that's how it breaks down. See, so we're just basically asking for to subsidize the 3 positions, plus the maintenance craftsman that is partially funded by the town, and Parks and Rec through the enterprise would like to fund a 3rd position.
Mrs. Hurlbut.
Pretty much.
Hi, through the chair to Marty. Marty, this is not that I don't think you need all these people and that I don't love you. It's another issue. DOR, as an enterprise fund, I'm sure you're aware that there's always a problem when you receive a subsidy from the town. And DOR has in the past questioned and given the town somewhat of a difficult time when anything has been added to the subsidy, and you are now asking for 67,000 or whatever additional subsidy. And I don't question your need, but I'm concerned about the enterprise and the relationship with DOR that could come about. Just making an observation.
Yeah, I understand, but I think that the explanation would be, I mean, a lot of the parks and areas that we're talking about that need to be maintained aren't revenue generating areas. You know, there's so many passive areas of all the areas that we take care of that aren't revenue generated, but we still have to take care of them. A majority of them, Switch River Park, there's other parks, North Parish, Park Street, there's even the high school we take care of, and we get 10% of the use of it, if that, when the school has 90% use of it. So, okay.
For you. Which of the positions are being subsidized this year and which were last year?
So it was the Parks Director,
Yep.
Operations Director,
Mm-hmm.
Recreation Director, and a portion of the DPW crafts and maintenance crafts.
Okay. And your statement that the parks are more work and there's a lot of parks and you need more help. But we're subsidizing a recreation director, and there is a revenue source for recreation.
Correct.
I mean, adding, if I read what you said correctly, we're adding about $45,000 or 2/3 of the union DPW $40 stipend person.
What was the number we had? Yeah, so the difference from last year was we're asking for $54,000.
Yeah, but my question is, given your statement about what the need is, what's causing the need is taking care of the parks where there's no revenue generated. Yet one of the positions that we're subsidizing is the recreation director. And there certainly is revenue coming in from recreation. Am I reading that wrong?
No, that's correct.
Correct.
That's correct.
We had a tough year on budgets, and adding another $45,000 to this budget when we're last year subsidized $257,000 is, I think, a big ask.
One of the problems is that as long as, and the enterprise includes parks and recreation, as long as parks and recreation are sleeping together, so to speak, then there's always going to be some sort of an issue. I mean, I think it's pretty clear to me that at some point we need to really consider parks as being a separate department and a part of the DPW. And then we have a much cleaner way of functioning. Particularly since it's an enterprise. If it wasn't an enterprise, it would be less of an issue, although there still wouldn't be any money.
Can I, with,
Oh, yeah.
so even if you were to split the two departments, I did a little scale there, and recreation would barely support itself, even just because of the salaries that it would have to support.
Okay. So the fields are generating income.
They're both departments are generating income, but neither would be able to survive on their own.
Right, no, I understand.
You can continue.
That was it.
Yep, go
It's
ahead.
done. Close it.
How,
Madam Chair, can everybody speak up a little bit more?
Yeah, everybody needs to talk loud.
Please, thank you.
It's very hard to hear in here between the NORCAM equipment and if the heat goes on. And
So if everybody can just try to project.
So basically, that's where we're, okay, sorry.
All set?
All set?
Yeah, so I mean, that's our,
Yeah.
that's our request for this year.
Does the board, my colleagues, have questions or comments? Mr. O'Leary?
Just a couple. I'm going to be all over the place. Look, as far as the turf field, and I see that your revenue projections is going to generate an additional $10,000 this year.
Well, that's just because before, that's just the lights. We have to charge for the lights to be on. So that's just going in a revenue that goes out.
Is it in and out?
Yes, it's not a revenue that we're making $10,000 more. It's, we have to bill each group that uses it. So in accounting, we have it now in a revenue, but it's also an expense.
Just in relation to the turf field, I mean, we had a little bit of discussion last year when it had to be replaced and who was paying for what. Are we reserving any funds for anticipated replacement in another 15 years, 12 to 15 years in our budget? Are we setting some monies aside now from revenues that are being generated in order to cover the costs of future replacement?
We haven't, no.
I know we didn't in the past either.
Yeah.
Probably
We
should
did
have.
talk about that, though.
We should have,
Yeah.
but we didn't. So I guess moving forward, I think we should consider that it's going to have to be replaced
Right.
in another dozen to 15 years, and we shouldn't be surprised and have to float a new bond as we have revenue. What's our retained earnings going to be, or anticipated? What are they now, and what do we anticipate with your
They're
projected budget?
about 447,000.
I'm sorry? How much?
Right now, they're about 447,000.
Okay, and your anticipated use of the retained earnings is for what?
Well, one for just improvements that happen or whatever happens, you know, whether it's the emergency thing with the trees, pumps can go down, irrigation infrastructure, just things that we need to have in place so if something does happen, we have the money to take care of it.
And again, what are you anticipating to be retained earnings with the current budget proposal? Are you looking to add to the retained earnings? Or are you going to be,
No, well, hopefully we're hoping to add to the retained earnings.
how much?
I just don't have, I didn't budget how much we're,
Okay, what do we anticipate for the current fiscal year for additional retained earnings? I'm just, and again, it's admirable that you've got almost $500,000 in retained earnings. That's a good thing.
I mean, we're hoping to, I mean, I believe last year was 152, I
Can you
think.
speak up a bit?
I believe we added 152 last year, which made it the 447. But we're also requesting capital requests for that IRP, 50,000. Right now, our numbers look good, so we're hoping to bring in at least another 152 again.
So to Don's point, you know, we've got a tough year ahead of us here. You know, maybe reducing our anticipated retained earnings to effectuate the changes that you're looking to do, rather than reducing the subsidy
Well,
to get what you need. Again, I'm not saying that you don't need it, because you do need the assistance.
yeah, but we can't use retained earnings for.
No, but if you were to budget a little bit differently so that you know that the retained earnings would be less significant, then.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of projects still going on right now, so I think the committee, we've talked about future projects, so the money in there is sort of there for future projects, and again, like I said, emergencies. Like, we have plans of maybe putting in another 4 pickleball courts or something right next to the tennis courts. That's gonna be a big expense, but that's what we're kind of thinking, retained earnings, things like that. Improvements to, whether it's
If we're returning $150,000 this year because we didn't cover other expenses because we're subsidizing it here, but our subsidies can't meet your needs. You know, when you need $67,000, instead of returning 150, you're going to return 80. You know, that's still a significant benefit. So I'm just saying, we have to massage the numbers a little bit more, because I think your proposals and your programming, obviously, it's very effective because people are flocking to the fields and to the IRP and the parks. So you do a fantastic job of maintaining the facilities. And how you coordinate all this, I have no idea, but you do manage to do so. You're doing a great job. But I just think, rather than being so conservative on one end and then benefiting through retained earnings, when we need to subsidize the expenses right now, something maybe we should look at a little bit more. I'm getting a response over here.
Can I say something in regards to,
She's on recreation.
I'm on Parks and Rec.
She's on Parks and Rec.
Who are you?
Bill Moore.
No, I know, but, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm on Parks and Rec committee. You're talking about an enterprise. Those enterprise funds can't be used to pay somebody's salary. Those are for future endeavors that we might have, projects that we might have. I mean, yeah, somebody else that's.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Fillmore.
My
Enterprise
point,
can't
Kat, is not
retain
necessarily
earnings,
to rob the
cannot.
current retained earnings that you have.
Right.
What I'm saying is to reduce your anticipated retained earnings and spend more on your current budget.
Why don't we talk to the
But we
finance?
don't usually
why-
use-
I'm sorry, the finance director will.
Madam Chair, through you, I think, I'm not sure if Marty made it clear. They want to add one position through the subsidy, but also one position through their own funds. So while they would return $150,000 this year, next year they're already cutting into that retained earnings by adding the second position. So I think the expectation is if they add 2 positions with that money, they wouldn't be putting everything in retained earnings. They actually need 2 field positions. Am I correct? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? So,
I get it. No, I understand, but maybe we can't subsidize the whole position.
Right.
That's my, at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing, I just had an inquiry recently because pickleball is so popular and that producing the pickleball courts. Is it anticipated that the courts are going to be available for the general public when
Yes.
they're not being rented out?
Yes.
So
It's no different than what it is right now, the tennis courts. People can casually go down there. But we'll have programs through recreation that are permitted for that particular time, which, people aren't going to be able to use. But for the most part, yeah, it's going to be open to the general public.
that's what I explained to the individual.
Yep.
And
But it's
they
all,
didn't necessarily buy into the whole thing.
but different clubs, if it's
And I
a
said,
club
but if
that
you
clubs
know,
need to.
if my wife and I and another couple want to go down and play pickleball, that's fine.
That's
But if you
absolutely-
have,
If it's an organized,
28 people of your nearest and dearest friends and you're organized about things, then it's going to be a little bit different situation.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
it's no different than how we handle
Right.
it now. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Calhoun.
Just, can I ask a follow-up question to the finance director?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't quite understand your response. If I'm reading this incorrectly, please correct me, but what I'm reading here is you're hiring a new employee for $55,000. And you're gonna pay for that out of your operating funds. You're asking the town, the municipal budget, to pick up 2/3 of the $67,000 budget for Brian Hall,
Correct.
okay?
Well, to pick up the
My
full,
quick math says that's about 45,000.
The full amount, not the,
Well, we're already, but you said we were paying 1/3 of it?
yes.
Yes.
Now we're gonna pay all of it.
All
correct.
So the delta is
Yeah.
2/3.
2/3.
Yep.
45,000. So you're spending 55 more and transferring 45,000 more of cost out of the enterprise.
Correct.
So your net between those two people is $10,000. You've increased your cost by $10,000 if the subsidy goes the way you're requesting.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, well, and I don't understand why there would be an issue in leaving that $45,000 in your budget and reduce your contribution to retained earnings this year. If you were going to do 150, you would do 105.
Yeah. I'm not sure to see. Yeah, but he's by 10. If we're asking for them, we're paying for the 50 lakhs and 20 employees, we're asking them.
We're not taking public comments in this. Behind you,
Yeah, a
somebody's.
third. Yeah, we were paying 2/3.
True, we watch it. But we increased our special municipal vendors.
See that?
Yeah,
Just
that's
saying
It's the special municipals that.
Second. Any other questions?
There's all kinds of consultations
Yeah.
going on here. So we've wrapped up your part of, okay.
Yep.
So I am going to go to Mr. O'Leary. I already had his questions and comments. Anyone else on any more of my colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. Finance
Yeah,
Committee.
that's what he's saying.
Questions, comments, for Parks and Rec? Okay.
One last thing,
Yeah.
I'd like to recognize Maria Brown. Her last day with us, unfortunately, is Friday.
Oh,
And after 20 years of service, she's going to be sorely missed. Done a great job and should be recognized. We are really going to miss her.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Now we're sad.
That was it.
I know.
Tell me about it.
All right, we're moving on to Board of Health.
Go back to signature, and we want, where is it? Let's get right there. And bingo. So I can just click on the page.
Good evening. Madam
Good
Chair,
evening. Yeah, thank
members of the Select Board, Mrs. Hubert, members of the Finance Board, Mr. Guberno, Ms. Galvin. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Board of Health budget. My name is Robert Bracy. I'm the Director of Public Health. Before you is going to be a quick presentation. I'm just going to go through this real quick. The outline for this evening will be the FY25 budget analysis. The Health Department will be submitting a request for level funding. We'll go through the Board of Health mission, program and services, FY23 notable achievements, and performance workload indicators. The Board of Health mission. The mission of the Health Department is to promote, protect, public health, including the physical, mental, and social wellness of all the residents of the town of North Reading. The Health Department is broken up into various categories. There's policy and administration, environmental health, food protection program, community sanitation, community health, emergency planning, animal control, and other functions of the Health Department. On this page here, I'm not sure if you can see it too well, but we gave a breakdown of each division of what the Health Department is broken into. Well, last year, Title V and the food protection programs were sustainable. The Health Department focused a lot last year on community health. We increased programs and services in that division with the increase of the new public health nurse. Some of those things that we did were in the notable achievements. We expanded the role of the new public health nurse within the town of North Reading to get the position more involved with the community impact team, the social action team, council on aging, and a little bit more involved with Region 3 Emergency Preparedness and Public Health Coalition. Last year, the health department hosted its first annual Town of North Reading Public Health and Wellness Fair up at the high school. I'm pleased to say that we had over 75 vendors, and we counted at least 300 residents in attendance. We thought it was a very well attended event for our first time. Also, the expansion of the community health program brought community public health events for our North Reading seniors and residents. Some of those events were the Lions Club's Hearing and Vision Mobile Unit, the Dana-Farber Mammogram Mobile Unit, and the 2020 Eye Mobile Unit. All those mobile units that we brought into town were free services for the seniors and the residents of North Reading. So those were very good, very well attended. We're hoping to continue those types of services through the community health program. So hopefully this year we're going to expand upon that even more and bring more of those types of services to the community for our residents. Continuing on with, based on state and public health and federal CDC guidelines, the health department continues to monitor COVID-19. Now that we're past that, we are monitoring it through Maven every month. I can say that we're probably seeing maybe 8 to 10 cases, not as many as obviously before, now that they have kind of classified it as an upper respiratory infection. We still monitor and work closely with our nursing home here in town. Our public health nurse works directly with them, probably once a week. We're in communications with them so that we're actually monitoring what's going on there still. We're still maintaining public health community outreach through our Healthy Hornet Board of Health Facebook webpage. We've met all FY22 compliance with the Massachusetts Department of Public Health and state sanitary codes. We've met all FY22 state and federal public health deliverables requirements under the Department of Public Health for Region 3B Health Emergency Preparedness Coalition. What we've also done that's coming up this year is we've developed new camp regulations for recreational camps for children. We've made those local regulations a little bit more stricter so that we're protecting the children that attend these camps. Last year we had a couple of issues with camps trying to open up without doing proper CORI and SORI checks on counselors. So we have developed new regulations to make that a little bit more stricter on the local end. We're also working with the CIT group, trying to stay ahead of the curve on some of these illicit drugs that are coming out that are being infused in food products for human consumption. So we'll be drafting regulations soon to prohibit those sales here in the town of North Reading. So those are some of the things that we've worked on, some of the things that we're going to be continuing working on. Last year, the health department issued 448 permits. You can see on this pie chart, there's a breakdown of those permits, how they were distributed. Moving forward, last year we had 650 inspections and complaints. Those also are broken down through this pie chart, as you can see how they're categorized. And finally, the health department last year reviewed 435 plan reviews. Those include, food protection, some of the building department ones that we sign off for Title V. That kind of, for us, decreased last year. Over the last couple of years, we were kind of around 1,200 plan reviews. So last year, it kind of decreased a little bit. I think that was a lot to do mostly with Title V stuff with the economy, inflation. A lot of people weren't having systems put in or weren't having them serviced last year. So I think that's what we're kind of contributing, what that decrease may be from. Performance workload indicators, the salaries of a full-time Director of Public Health and a full-time administrative assistant who also supports the elements of the Health Department budget. In addition to the full-time personnel, the Health Department also employs one contractual on-site sewage disposal system plan reviewer, one contractual on-site disposal system soil evaluator, and as I mentioned, one part-time public health nurse, 24 hours a week. While the North Reading Health Department has sustained staffing, there continues to be a demand for additional community public health services and inspections. As I understand the budgetary constraints placed on the town this year, the health department is putting forth a level service budget at this time, and I would like to advocate and advise to the select board that there is still a strong need for additional resources to support the health department, as I presented to the select board a few years ago. 2025 goals is to continue to expand the role of the public health nursing services through the community impact team, social service action team, council on aging, and Region 3B emergency preparedness. Continue to offer essential community public health inspections and services such as post-CDC, COVID-19 education and guidance to our community. Continue to provide public health outreach by informing, educating, and empowering our residents and businesses of North Reading, and continue to implement the 10 essential functions of public health for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parisi. My colleagues, comments, questions?
I'll have some comments since I've been liaisoning
Yes.
with this group of people, Mr. Parisi, for the last 3 or 4 years, 5 years maybe. What we get for bang for our buck here is significant, and I don't want Mr. Parisi's presentation of level services budget to go unnoticed, first of all, but secondarily, his warning to us that there are significant needs for the department moving forward, and foregoing it, the Board of Health and Health Agent are not advocating for that this year, but there's a significant need for additional personnel and assistance to meet the public health needs for the community. As pointed out, the areas that they reach into is significant, and many times unseen, by the public, but vital to the public health of the community. So, Bob, you're doing a terrific job, along with your entire staff of 1.5 people. It's amazing what gets done. So there may be need for additional outside professional services, contracted services later on. There is a need, and probably for additional full-time help moving forward. One, Board of Health and Health Agent for coming in with level services budget at this particular point. But the public needs to be aware, and the board, Finance Committee, that the public health needs are not diminishing, they're growing, and those needs need to be met. Once again, I'd like to applaud the efforts, the services they provided. The first public health fair, tremendous success, the amount of effort that went into that, but the response was terrific, the feedback was great, did a great job. So, other than that, I had no other comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Manu-Pellet?
Yeah, I just want maybe just echo some of that as well, and appreciate that you're sort of using the network of public services here to reach out to the community. It was good to see that, good to see those efforts, and like Mr. O'Leary said, good to see that you're reaching out to some of our more vulnerable populations to help them out with services. So, and then next year, just in case the same thing happens, try to do the health fair on a different weekend than the haunted Halloween, so.
I know. We realize that too.
But having said that, the transition worked out beautifully, one event to the other, because the other event's the one that had to go indoors, but luckily they were out in enough time for the students to set up for the second event, so it's good job, and well attended from what I could see.
Okay. Mr. Walner?
I would, you're asking for extra resources, but you're not defining it, so I would appreciate an extra slide that spells that out, because I can't remember from last year or the year before. But it'd be good to know specifically what that is, because,
Yes, sir.
you know, it's a weighted decision about what gets funded and what doesn't, so, even if we can't do it this year, let's not be surprised. You should always put it in, even if we can't do anything about it. Even if you're not even recommending it right now, please put it in.
Okay,
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up,
Of course you
actually?
can.
Because I was wondering that too, because you said 24 hours. Do you, and even though it's level services and obviously appreciated, but do you see the function of the public health nurse being a full-time function?
I think the plan that we outlined, myself, Mr. Gilberto, and Director of Public Safety at the time, was to kind of branch out a little bit at a time, just to kind of reach out. Certainly, it's something that possibly could be. You know, we're really just kind of evaluating it this first year, and I think what we've seen the first year has been tremendous. Certainly, there are other avenues we could go down if we had, you know, more allotted time, sure. There are other things we certainly could do. So, yeah.
I could see that just in coordination with, even if it's fulfilling the things that need to be done here, but also perhaps a resource share with the school department in some aspects, if that's not already being done right now.
Well, I think
If it was a full-time function and you were able to share that, those nursing services in some way with them too.
Yeah, I think the school nurses fall under the school department more now. They don't really fall under us. And I think they have 5 or 6 school nurses, if I'm not mistaken. But we do collaborate with them daily, if not weekly, on issues that do come up at the school.
Again, the level of communication that's increased over the last couple, 3 years here is significant, and the outreach into the community is far more effective, and thereby the demands, you know, people find out what services are being offered, more people are taking advantage of it, and therefore, there are more demands on the personnel that we have here. And that, to me, that's another good thing, because, you know, the services that we can provide, the clinics that can be provided, the level of communication has significantly been enhanced, and the response has been significant too, so as we do a better job, more people take advantage of it, and it's something we can and should be doing and are improving year after year and year over year, so they're doing a great job.
Mr. Walner?
I'll just add to that, we're seeing, you know, increased activity at the library, we're seeing increased activity at the Council of Aging, we're seeing increased activity at the Youth Services Committee. I mean, really, the town is looking for social services. They like these kind of things, and so it's not a surprise to see that you're getting more activity. As we do more outreach, people are really responding. What wasn't there before, once they see it, they start to go for it, it starts to go, and that's a good thing, because we want to take care of our town and keep people in our town. So I think we need to support that and take that seriously as much as possible.
All right, anyone else? Finance? Questions, comments? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Bob.
What can you say about level services?
Right.
That's right.
All right, code enforcement, CBA.
Plus, not 2.5. I'll say it later.
Nothing to question. There isn't anything to question.
I have my hammer for this one. My hammer. Yeah. Zoning first. Yeah, the zoning is very, very brief.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Select Board, Town Administrator, Finance Director, Finance Committee. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to present this tonight. Right here, currently I have the...
Can you introduce yourself, just for
Oh, I'm
people who
sorry.
don't know who you are?
Jerry Noel, Building
Thank you.
Commissioner. Thank you. This is the presentation relative to the zoning. Presentation overviews, the zoning board of appeals mission and notable achievements. The zoning board of appeals considers appeals of the building officials, special permits and variances that may impact the residents of the town. Their efforts and decisions aid in the well-being of the neighborhood and business districts. They will always try to promote safety and welfare of the people of the town and protect the public to all those that live and just passing through. Notable achievements with the zoning board of appeals: 23 applications, 4 home occupations, 6 special permits, 4 special permit uses, 2 appeals of the building inspector, 6 variances. Resolve negative revenue by increasing fees and leaving responsibility to required advertising on the applicants. And continue to sustain online applications for applicants filing with the ZBA. We've left $2,000 for the zoning board of appeals for advertising. It didn't increase, didn't decrease, it's just left there just in case of the potential 40B. Any questions with that? Okay, Mike, we have to go to the next. Fantastic presentation.
Yes.
Not ready to build department presentation. Presentation overview, building department's mission, notable achievements and growth, performance and workload indicators, FY budget statement, FY budget goals. Building department's mission is to protect the lives and the safety of residents, visitors, and businesses with implementation of proper construction methods relative to the Massachusetts State Building Codes regarding all disciplines for roughly 6,357 structures in town. Building codes and zoning bylaws are promulgated for the purpose of protecting the public's health, safety, and welfare. The department oversees the remodeling and construction of all structures in town in conjunction with 521 CMR. For people who don't know that, that's ADA regulations. Notable achievements and growths in calendar year 2023. 2,363 permits were issued within the last calendar year. That's inclusive of all disciplines. The building department collected in application fees $804,084. Department continues to sustain compliance relative to zoning. 6 certificates of occupancies were issued for new homes. 124 certificates of occupancies were issued to Pulte. This is an indicator of the new growth in town, and also North Reading continues to be a desirable place to live. The department continues to perform beyond my expectations, and the online permitting system has provided a transparency within the building department as well as streamlining the permitting process. Residents now have the ability to search online systems, review permit status, ZBA history, active and closed permits, etc. Performance workload indicators. The building department consists of 1 full-time administrative assistant, 1 full-time building inspector, 1 part-time plumbing and gas inspector, with 1 part-time backup plumbing inspector, 1 core electrical inspector, 1 part-time electrical inspector, which was a blessing. We actually got that this past year, because as you know, for the past 5 years, we've been looking for a part-time electrical inspector. 1 sealer of weights and measures inspector, and a full-time building commissioner, which is me. Town assemblies consist of 96 town-owned structures, 402 commercial buildings, 79 office buildings, 5,766 residential buildings. This equates to 6,357 buildings. I don't know if they're new, that's what we had in town, but gives you an indication of the workloads. We have our increase and decreases for our plumbing and electrical inspector. I'm requesting that we raise the rates to $33 an hour from $30. And one of the reasons why I'm saying this is Ms. Manupelli last year said, she said, Jerry, we seem to always be on the low end. How come we're not where we should be? And that really struck a nerve. So we're still on the low end, but we're not lower than all the communities. We do have some communities that are 32, we have other communities that are 28, then we have other communities that are at 41. And so we're right in the middle, and instead of being behind, I'd rather be in the middle of the pack. And I think we're the leader of a small community. And I did perform some comparisons, and those comparisons are basically, there's still less than industry standard wage. Plumbing and gas, we decreased that $400. That's for training for our plumbing and gas inspectors. The personnel increase, this is due to contractual agreements, is $4,888.69. Seasonal assistant, we removed $10,000. So that line item was introduced in 2023 for zoning enforcement, not required at this time. Training and education decreased $2,000. We've been doing a lot of training on Zoom, so it's worked out amazing. It's been great. The FY20 budget statement reflects the requirements to meet the growing needs of the community. Massachusetts State Building Code, along with Mass General Law requiring 110 periodic inspections, and Chapter 40A zoning compliance. We will continue to protect the lives and safety of all in the town through implementation of proper construction methods in accordance with Massachusetts State Building Code. We will continue to protect the consumer through weights and measures inspections. By increasing the salary of the plumbing and electrical inspectors, this will aid in the longevity of these positions. The building fees and inspection revenue, we collected, as I stated before, $804,084. And what we received from weights and measures was $15,765 for a total of $819,849. This is the pie chart, which shows the breakdown of the, I have to get my color chart here because I'm terrible with colors. The green shows the building. It shows 915 permits. The HVAC, which is, bear with me here, orange. Electrical, which is 590, which is in blue, which is 25%, and so on. Once again, I've got a tough time with colors, so I'm kind of reading off of a cheat sheet I made myself. The amount of permits issued for each discipline. Building, 966 in 2022. This past calendar year was 915. Went down a little bit, but I think part of that was also I was missing an inspector for almost about 6.5 months. So that was a little difficult. Electrical, we had 646, but we had 590 in 2023. Plumbing in 2023, we had 367. That went up considerably from 291. Gas, we had 314. That went up considerably from 246. And HVAC, that went up from 178. It was at 178. It was at 94. Inspections for 22 versus 2023. As you can see, we did 1,989 inspections in 2022, and that went down a bit in 2023 to 1,939, and that's just on a building side. Electrical was 1,038, and to substantiate the increase, I think that we need to give these electrical inspectors and plumbing inspectors is now they're even performing more inspections with 1,042 inspections. Plumbing with 702 inspections, the previous year was 668. Gas was 460, previous year was 389. HVAC was 727, previous year was 265. Goals and objectives. Continue with scanning of plans and documentation of uploading to the permitting system. Continue to be cost effective and maximize staff efficiency. Sustain awareness for all applicants regarding energy codes changes, as this will be epic in this coming year. Continue our enforcement of zoning bylaws with emphasis on training the assistant building inspector of the use of codes. Continue working closely with other departments in order to expedite the permitting process. We need to address the overflowing file room with assistance from the town's departments as it's becoming a safety concern. Assist the new building inspector to achieve his licensing and certification goals. Okay, where do we go? Oh, that's it. Any questions?
I'll ask my colleagues for any questions. Mrs. Minnie-Pelli?
I'm just curious in terms of the amount there that you reported, the 808,000 permit fees. How does it track as compared to last year?
Last year, we had 200,000 less. We're 200,000 less from last year, from the year previous, and that's because Pulte had 3 buildings at one time going up.
We're 200,000 less this year than last year?
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. And also you can see the economy,
Yes.
with the interest rates going up, so that's showing a sign. But the part of our issue here is going to be with the new energy code. This is going to drive cost of building a house anywhere from $50,000 to maybe as high as $80,000 an addition. If you're going to be doing an addition, you're probably looking at another $15,000 to maybe $30,000. The energy code is just gone off the charts.
What is it? Can you just briefly describe the energy code? I'm not familiar.
No.
Okay.
It's so vast.
Well, I'm glad I asked.
Huge.
It's an
And even the experts don't understand.
To describe it.
It's crazy.
You used to be able to put a piece of plywood on your outside patio wall, and then with that plywood, you could put just plain, regular insulation on the inside, which would be R19, then it went to R21. Now what ends up happening is, when you build a new house, when the new energy codes come into compliance, you're going to have a thermal break on the outside part of your walls, meaning that you're going to have a piece of plywood that's going to have an insulation barrier that's wedged in between this plywood with another sheet of plywood on top of that. So what that does is that goes on the outside part of your wall. Now your windows all have to adapt to that, because now you have extension jambs for all your windows. Yeah. Now you're adding cost. Now you're putting spray foam insulation. That spray foam insulation goes throughout all your walls, your wall cavity. That's adding cost. You have to have ERVs in your bathroom, which these fans are going to be on pretty much most of the time. It's huge, and to keep on going with it, a lot of building commissioners are fighting it. We're trying to fight this right now, but the federal government is telling us no. We have to continue moving forward with it, and it's just not making sense to a lot of us.
There's a lot of things like that going on.
Yeah.
Mr.
I'll just
Studo,
say-
any?
No,
I'm sorry.
I'll just add that I talk to Jerry on a regular basis, and I know that he kind of just briefed over it, but enforcing the zoning bylaws is a big deal. like that takes a lot of effort, a lot of repeat going back. It's often on safety and issues of that nature. Jerry kind of skimmed over it, but I know that there's a lot of effort that he does and won't let go until the things are corrected. And that's, thank you for being persistent to get it done.
Thank you.
And you get a lot of resistance from the homeowners when that happens.
Mr. Studo?
No, I'll just add that, thank you for even giving the brief, the ridiculously brief, kind of what the code is going, just, because we don't have all day. But I think it's just something to keep in mind that another thing that is driving cost of real estate that is out of the control of this municipality, this body, okay, anyone in town, anyone at the state, I mean, it goes all the way up. I just think that it's small things though, right? But what you said, you're talking about what it's gonna add from a construction. Then there's the construction plus market.
Oh, it's huge.
Exactly, so meaning that that extra 80,000 in cost could translate to an extra 120,000 because of, well, this is already a code, so maybe somebody will pay a premium so they don't have to deal with it later, which will rise all ships. So just to point out that that's something really small that can very easily add, $1,300 to a tax bill, and believe it or not, no one in town had anything to do with it. It just happened. So just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Leary?
Again, Jerry does a fantastic job. He's been a great advocate over the last few years to get the staffing level to where it is, which has been important for us to meet the needs. As far as the anticipated revenue this year, we've got one more Pulte building. And right now, this is like a...
Two.
W2, yeah.
Two, okay, two more. But we've got, so right now, bringing in 800,000, it costs us $400,000 to operate, so that's a good ratio. We like that, but more to the town administrator, as we see revenues drop because new growth is going to shrink, I would imagine. Once the Pulte's built out, what else do we have? And I don't anticipate that this is ever going to be in a negative situation. It's ever going to generate enough money to fund the department. But as far as additional free cash available for other departments, which this department subsidizes, it's not going to happen. And it's slowly closing on us and shrinking, which brings us to our problem that we'll hear later on, our revenue projections. But this is a prime area where, look at where it's a net gain to help subsidize and pay for other town operations, and it just isn't growing. It's down $200,000, and we're going to see it continue to shrink. And there are no more Pulte's coming in that we know of, and there's no place to put it. So, again, thank you for running a very, very efficient operation, and
thank you.
To Rich's point, looking out for everybody's best interest and ensuring that the zoning bylaws are enforced, which is not a fun thing to do, but you do a great job diplomatically too. And glad your efforts, and thank you for all that you do.
Finance, Mr. Kelleher?
Thank you, Jerry. I think you're doing a great job. I need a primer on sealing. Sealer weights and measures. I just don't understand. You've got a budget of only $7,000 here for the labor rates. When I read the narrative, it sounds like that the sealer does this activity in other towns as well as North Reading, and we get a piece of that.
That is correct.
How does it work?
That is correct.
I guess I've never looked at it before.
Well, what ends up happening,
the
sealer weights and measures performs a lot of his work here in town. All the vehicles that come in for the town, that are here in the town of North Reading, we get 100% of that money. The vehicles that are brought in from other towns, it's not a town vehicle, it's a vehicle that is basically located in that town. So let's just say it's we'll just use Salem, Mass. So Salem, there's a oil company that oil company brings their oil truck to the proving station over at the DPW, and we get half that money that he collects.
Okay. So the $7,000, is that all that he's
That's all he gets from us, but he still makes money from these other communities.
He does, okay.
Yeah, so he's not being shortchanged by us.
All right, so he's not going around to gas stations in other towns. It's equipment that's coming in that you need to
Correct.
check, make sure the delivery of oil is right or whatever is being dispensed.
Correct. He does have, he just secured the town of Andover. He's gonna be doing all the work in Andover. The state doesn't wanna be doing these inspections anymore, so they're basically pushing it off. And Leonard is also he's also one of the trainers to the state. So a lot of the trainers that are really unsure what they're doing basically come to Leonard and ask him how to do it, and Leonard goes out and helps them. I keep telling him, you should make some money on this, but he doesn't.
Thank you.
Okay.
Leonard Rhodes is a nice guy.
Oh, he is. He's a big man, too.
He's a very big man.
Mrs. Sutherland?
Do you have a target for the increase for the fee structure that you're going to be proposing later this year? Do you have a target percentage in mind?
I couldn't, that's a shot in the dark. I couldn't give you that. I wish I could. I'm hoping to be around at least 800,000 to 900,000.
No, sorry, not what you bring in. So that you say you're changing the fee structure for the permit fees. Do you have a target for the increases?
Oh, the fee structure is going to change on the electrical and plumbing side. I've been talking to my electrical and plumbing inspectors, and they say, Jerry, we're still a little lower than some of the other communities. And I look at a lot of the other communities, and I see us being right there. But the other communities they're talking about are Danvers, Salem, and those other communities. So we need to compete. So I will be raising those. Any other questions?
Anyone else? All right.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Treasurer or collector?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Select Board,
Hello.
Finance Committee.
Good thing he's here.
Finance. There's a presentation opens.
Glad you were here.
So I can pay the big bucks.
Give Mr. Bill Burno a break.
Right when everything crashed.
It's all good.
Not that window, the other window. There we go. And then, where we going here? Come on.
You have to expand the upper right hand.
That's what it looked like. Disappearing water.
That's what Mike gets paid the bigger bucks. Oh, it's in, you reduced it, thank you, we're good. Why do you guys reduce everything? Oh, we want that one right there. Don't do the whole screen. That way less madness. Sweet.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
$4,500 for more postage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good
If you could
evening.
introduce yourself.
Oh, Mary Ann McKay, the treasurer collector.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So my treasurer's budget, there's only 2 lines in there. It's not, this is my collector's budget, but my treasurer's budget has my stipend and the executive administrative assistant's salary in there. My assistant did retire this year, Maureen Carrera, after 22 years, she did retire. We did have someone in-house that took the position. So we do have a vacancy in our collection, in my collection office. But the treasurer collector is only my stipend and that salary. In my collector's budget, the only increase I do have is due to postage, because the increase in postage, it went up 2 cents. Somebody's asking for $4,500 due to the increase in postage. I've been very aggressive in collecting motor vehicle, real estate, personal property, trash, water, and our tax titles. This year, tax title, we collected over 200,000. That's past due, over 2 years of past due real estate. And I think that's it on this end. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions?
That's great.
I will applaud you
With
for the
it,
quickest.
That's great effort on getting those past dues paid.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, finance? All right.
Keep collecting.
Keep collecting, yes.
Trying.
We have to cover those stamps.
I know.
I know,
You
right?
spent, what, $77,000 for postage, a little more. Wow.
Should have invested in rubber stamps years ago.
Okay.
Do you have
All right.
No, that's it. That's what
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Same presentation for Debbie?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's the
You win for fastest.
Oh, wait a minute, I have.
All right.
Good try. Next.
I may.
You're on the clock.
All right. And it starts.
Thanks, Mary Ann.
Thank you, Mary.
You got a tough act to follow right now.
I know, right? Debbie Carboni, Assessing Manager. Just to give you a brief update on the office. We did lose an employee also this year, 2 months ago. The secretary clerk, which is the front line, she left to go to another town. So that's left us short-handed with over 15,000 motor vehicle bills that went out. So we've been roller skating in there, but Paula and I are getting it done. Paula does a great job. She's taken her classes to get her designation for assessing, so hopefully when I'm ready to retire, she'll be ready to step in. So that's my brief update. Am I still on the clock?
Yep.
So the assessor's office generates more than 72% of the revenue. This is done by picking up building permits, measuring houses, picking up sheds, decks, pools, as we all know. We also manage all of the motor vehicle excise. We are also the office that grants personal exemptions. Personal exemptions are your veterans exemptions, your elderly, surviving spouse. I also defend values at the appellate tax board if need be. Accomplishments, it's what we do. We certify values, we produce a timely tax bill for both real estate and personal property, and also maintain the GIS mapping for all departments. So DPW uses the maps.
building uses the map, CPC, we all do. You never accepted my invite. Just so you know. Fiscal 25, the assessor's office is in the interim certification year. We will be gearing up for a revaluation year. That's coming up in 27. Cyclical cycle, that's when we're out there, we're remeasuring, relisting your homes. And that's just to ensure that the data is correct. That is what we do. We go out there to make sure it is accurate. It's also a state mandate. So it's not an option whether we do it or whether we don't. It has to be done every 10 years. Budget explanation, membership dues for my CAMA system increased by $1,447. And again, the same story, postage went up. I did increase that $50. And that's with an anticipation of additional exemptions. And that's it.
Wow. This is very impressive. Thank you. Any questions, comments? Finance? Look at that.
Well done.
Good job.
Well done. Perfect.
Call it a night.
Thank you.
Next day.
All right, Matt.
Yeah, it's me.
Information technology.
For real this time.
Yeah.
And, oh, cool, they're on the slide. Okay, so again, we'll keep it to the really key bullet points, the things that have changed since last. Believe it or not, we came down a little bit in having to pay us. I went and looked over the books, looked over what was actually allocated, and we made adjustments to account for keeping us payable, as well as possibly increased with an evaluation without having to go outside of a budget line. There's not too much there other than, I adjusted mine, and ours went up a little bit due to my computer support technician guy getting a long overdue pay bump to keep him more or less in line with standards. On the operating side of things, I got a couple of change-ups. We are trying to increase our lease rental line item. The reason for that is we're looking to expand the burgeoning process of leasing multifunction printers as opposed to doing capital buyouts. The intent here is that leasing them will decrease the overall cost of keeping us up to date and supportable and supplied for the length of us needing them. Traditionally, we've had to buy these devices out of capital. They tend to be very expensive. They tend to age out way sooner than we want to get money to pay for new ones. And they tend to cost more to fix as time goes on and more to supply as time goes on. We've got a few that are already on a lease, and so far it's been great, and we're looking to expand that. I understand money is tight. We're looking to cut where we can. So I went through and I found a couple of line items that we could actually drop down to adjust to reflect more accurately what we're using. I dropped our training education by $3,000 because after looking at it over a couple of years, the stuff we do pay for or tap into, we weren't really tapping into the full amount. So why keep asking for it and then have to worry about either spending it or giving it back or just adjust? The same goes for dues and membership. We can keep it current and good by dropping $1,500. Outside of that, not too much else. Everything else is pretty copacetic otherwise. Questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Studo?
Do you feel you have the resources to keep up with any kind of cyber security issues? Because this came up last year and it was a brief discussion, but I think that's something where if we don't have the money, you find the money if you think that's something that we need to invest in. And I think it's a
As of
priority.
this conversation, I think we're in a good spot. We're using a combination of existing operating expenses as well as government grants. And that's going towards both devices, processes, as well as training for end users. Because I can spend all the money in the world to get the best locks on the doors, but if someone holds it open, it's pointless.
And those grants, right, are they perpetual?
No. Well, some of them repeat some of them repeat annually. For example, the cybersecurity one that the Commonwealth puts out is usually annual and is usually pretty open to almost anyone that wants to apply. The competition for it isn't fierce. Some of the other ones tend to be federal, they can be fierce, and we're putting in for them as soon as we find them.
I only say it just because it seems that every year some department loses a grant that was, for lack of a better word, taken for granted, and then when it's gone, it's like this, oh my God, and it's like, actually it's not when you do a little digging. So that's why I asked that if there's something that is fierce that could disappear, you know, if it's sizable, I mean, if it's something small, but if it's something really sizable in the tens of thousands.
Oh yeah, no, actually, that's something, traditionally we did IT in years past prior to me. There wasn't a lot of grant usage. In recent years, I'd be foolish not to look into it. So we've been, since I came back, we've been actively, trawling the grant notifications from the state going, yes, this, click. And then running into people's offices saying, I need a signature for this, quick. And it's been working.
Accurate.
Sure, you've seen it.
As it stands, like I said, we're going to keep, the better investment right now is the way we're using our current operating budget to keep things like our endpoint defenses in place, to keep our firewall up to date. That goes a long way, and that's already covered in our existing operating. The state grant funded cybersecurity training is something I intend on getting us back on the horse with and continuing, because it's changing every year. Oh no, I know, I'm not going to click on the Nigerian Prince guy, I'm good there. Until they see one that, oh wait, he looks like I know him. Yeah, sure, I'll click on that. And next thing you know, I'm scrambling to disconnect systems and disinfect them. So the state-funded training is going to be where I'm really focusing. The federal one, we can utilize off and on again, but that's more of a like, set it and then I'm good for a while.
Thank you.
Mrs. Manu Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gilbert. Oh.
No,
Are you-
I'll go at the end.
Can you go back to the personnel?
Sure.
Just to understand, did you have extra in your personnel line item?
Yes.
So you're not taking salary away from your position, in other
Oh
words?
no, I'm not giving myself a pay cut.
I
like you guys, but I don't like you that. I did, however, realize that even if I were to get a glowing review and a recommended pay bump as a result of that review, I still had too much in my line item. And again, we're trying to pick our battles and cut where we can. So that was a place to do it. If I do really, really well coming up next year, I can always say, hey, I can ask for a little bit more, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
It's hard to get it back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
1 second. Oh, are you responding just to what he just said? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So, Brian, is that the is that the 6475 adjust? Is that the difference between what we were paying for various services, including the consulting fees, before you came back?
I'd have to double check. There was a little bit of adjustment in fiscal '24. Right before I came back, adjustments were already made. Can you speak to that?
We reduced the contractual services to 1 day a week, but when we budgeted the salary, we weren't sure what the market was going to be, so we set that salary higher than we hired Matt. So that's the cut. Is what we budgeted to what.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Wallner, did you have a question?
Yeah, two questions. One is the No V4 training, is that, because I got that about a week and a half ago.
That is the Commonwealth grant-funded cybersecurity training.
So that's legit?
Absolutely.
Because I didn't
legit.
want to click on it without knowing, because I had no idea it was coming.
I love your paranoia, keep it up.
Good, okay. Because at my work, they test you all the time with fake emails and.
I'm quite excited to get us back on that. That'll be a lot of routine scheduled stuff and some unexpected things that they may look familiar, they may not, but they'll be sort of unannounced tests.
Yeah.
If you do it the wrong way and click on it, you get a wah wah, and they give you a little mini lesson on the thing you should have been mindful of when it happened.
Yeah, okay, so no before is legit. And then the other thing is, we've talked about, like, our setup here tonight is sometimes being challenging and what we did in the future. And I think it seems to work okay, but it seems like there's been we've talked about some room for improvement.
Yeah.
Is that part of your budget, or is that part of your plan?
That actually is being taken, that was something that when I came back, Ann and I started going over the books and seeing things that were outstanding, things that have been sitting, funds that have been sitting on the books or have been encumbered and hadn't had anything done with them. Part of those funds are being spent as we speak, actually, to get a sound enhancement system. The acoustics in this room are not great, and unless you're really loud like me, and most people aren't, because this is my regular day voice, it can be challenging. The intent is to get some microphones and speakers that are less likely to cause Woodstock level feedback.
Yeah.
So that way,
Yeah.
even without NORCAM's mics or Zoom or whatnot, you can still hear what's going on in the room.
Yeah, it's a common complaint that people can't hear what's going on
Yep.
in the room, and.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
working
but
with
you should be
an outfit who
smiling.
specializes in this, actually.
What's that again?
I'm working with an outfit who specializes in
Good.
this.
Okay, great, thank you.
Their thing is audio-visual. Everything they do is that.
Great. And I like my computer, so thank you for the new computer.
Yeah, it was pretty slick. Congrats to the guy who got this.
Thank you.
I don't know if you answered the question, though, about, so this whole setup, as you know, we've had some
Invaders?
Invaders, yeah, that's a good explanation.
Okay, so
Yes.
regarding Zooms.
Yes.
So I'm currently evaluating a couple of different products. Right now we're on Zoom. We jumped on it when COVID first hit.
Right.
And it was great, it got the job done, but our needs seem to be evolving, and I'm looking into alternatives that will better suit what we got going on. Some of it could be a different Zoom subscription, it could be a different vendor altogether. I've been sort of taking notes on let's just call them incidents for lack of a gentler term, and trying to see if we can come up with something that's still very accessible to the public, but locked down enough so that we don't have another,
Okay, thank you.
Steve was next.
Steve?
I appreciate your effort. To me, this is one area where we shouldn't be skipping. We have so many needs. I believe, and it appears as though the Zoom type meetings and stuff are probably going to become more the norm moving forward. And not just for this board and the school committee, but for other boards, committees, and commissions, and their ability for the public to access it remotely. I also get concerned about our IT guy here, who has an awful lot of responsibility during our meetings as they're going on, when his attention should be directed elsewhere. I don't see anything in our budget presentation here for additional personnel. You have yourself and one other person to meet the needs of town government. You've got to be stretched thin.
We're always stretched thin.
I know you're already stretched thin.
I'm also 1.5 man shop. Brian does a lot of the heavy lifting. I consider myself a half because as much as I love to spend time in the trenches, I have to sit back and do the...
Right, so my point is,
Yeah.
I'm not sure this is reflective of our true current needs, never mind how the needs are going to grow and how we can meet the ability for the public to access, hear us, rather than booming our voices better through equipment and all of that. So I don't want to shortchange ourselves here.
Oh, I don't think we would. Our staffing is actually a factor in all the things I'm looking at. I like to jokingly say, good IT people are lazy, Smart lazy, not bad lazy. The difference being the ability to do more with less people. And the ability to effectively, rig all of this and make sure everyone can hear without being loud like me. That's part of the consideration for what we're doing.
Plus
Mike
the
does an
troubleshooting.
insanely good job doing most of the heavy lifting in the meeting, and my intent is to find a solution where he doesn't have to lift quite so much. He can if he wants to, but he shouldn't have to. That's part of my thing.
I personally, speaking of me, I don't want him to. I want his focus to be where it should be, which is addressing our questions, public's questions and needs, and what's on the agenda, not having to get up and troubleshoot. And speaking of the troubleshooting, I mean, we have 1.5 people. To troubleshoot all the town government. I know you're stretched thin. I don't think this is an area that we're addressing on a timely basis. And I miss Bob Messeri because he knew far more about this stuff than I will ever know. And I'm sure he'd be pounding the desk.
Well, honestly, speak English. Don't worry about sounding techie. Just one of the reasons I'm paid for my job is to translate English into whatever you need. So don't worry about having to say it a certain way. As far as
don't be afraid to tell us that we need more people here, more resources to meet our needs. And I think that's what I'm hearing. Yeah. And if I'm not here, you're not going to convince me that we have enough resources here, because we are constantly battling it. Yeah. We're constantly battling it. Never mind the day-to-day operations, just meetings. It's bizarre. So, to me, I think the resources need to be. I think that the needs need to be identified. The resources necessary to meet those needs have to be addressed, and we need to hear about it, and we need to invest in it. And because it's not going away, and it's going to get more complicated and require something more than what we're offering right now. So again, I applaud your effort and your presentation and your effort to cut where you can, but you should be adding in where we really need it, giving us a game plan. That's how we're going to grow. How we're going to grow this department and meet the needs. So I don't know why it's not this year, because we can't afford it any year, but the demands are there and the needs are there. So
well, we've started looking at a lot of stuff. I mean, ever since I got back, we've been looking at all the items. Where can we reallocate? Where do we need to spend more? Where can we cut back? This wasn't quite on our dance card. There was some bigger fires to put out, but it can absolutely get on our dance card.
well, we've been beating him over the head, so I'm surprised it's not on your dance card.
So I'm one of 5 that clearly feels differently about this setup with Zoom. I feel that the time has passed, and I don't feel that Mike should have to be handling that. And as you're going to hear in our budget hearing, we cannot afford to have somebody in the room overtime taking care of it for him. So this is why I asked you about the Zoom bombing and the intruders. So what you're looking at, you're confident that that's going to be something we're not going to have to worry about again?
I can say that with 99% certainty. I mean, I'm in IT, it's never 100% ever. But yes, the short answer is we're looking into alternate solutions to our current Zoom setup that reduce the chances of something happening to as cosmically low as I can get away with without saying 0.
Okay.
The only way to have a secure meeting is to have completely unplugged and offline, with the doors closed and no one else in the room. We can't afford that and still be accessible to the public. So we mitigate the risk and come up with the most secure solution we can get.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Hurlbut?
Yeah, I have a question concerning your 2 professional service lines. I noticed that last year our revised budget in FY '23, these numbers seem different. At any rate, you have $115,000 for that. Do you still have a consultant 1 day a week?
Yes.
So is that, what is the professional services there? Is that for the 1 day a week of consulting?
It's 1 day on site. Part of the agreement is the 1 day on site. It doesn't limit our use of them to those times, and I frequently invoked them for bigger projects that had to be done outside of, 8 to 4.
So the 115 is for consultants, correct?
Not just for that consultant. We have a number of professional services. We have 2 different categories, professional services, data processing, and the other
The
professional
data
services.
processing is a separate line.
Yeah, one is for, like a lot of our softwares, the other is for a number of different consultants. Do you have the list?
Yeah, the ones we have, I can take a look. Sure.
Under just
That's
the
okay, I
professional
just
services.
Yeah, give me a second, Paul.
That's not all Delphi that comes in 1 day a week.
Give me a moment to pull it up. Excel's doing what it does best, which is, here we go. The professional services includes a lot of our, I call it cloud-based vendor services. It includes our offsite backup, our some of our document management, our DNS, which allows people to find North Reading NA.gov as opposed to remembering some arcane string of octet numbers. It includes our secure cloud sharing. Yeah, it's a bunch of different stuff under that. The non-data processing professional services line. No problem.
Mr. Sutherland?
Is the data processing line where software licenses are held?
Predominantly, yeah. It's supposed to include, in fact, let me pull it up in front of me here, just so I can give you that. Yes, that is reserved for either heavily on-site supported or cloud-hosted programs. So, for example, Munis, which is we are heavily supported for an on-premises thing, comes out of that line item. Things like our GIS system, our permitting system, those come out of the data processing one because they're more day-to-day using a program oriented.
Okay. Where do we account for that? I see you want to go to Office 365. Where do we account for that in the budget?
I'm actually planning to reallocate some of our existing expenses. By going Office 365, I'll be able to drop a couple of existing services that will equal more or less the exact amount of the Office 365 subscription.
Is that in the data processing or the other one?
I think I had that slotted for the data processing.
All set, Mr. Sutherland? Anyone else from finance? My colleagues? All set?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
And let me pull up, who's that it? Oh, hey, Maureen. Good luck, folks.
Finance and accounting.
Switch seats.
Yeah. I get my analyst as well. So this last year has been quite a transition year. We've caught up on our audits, we had a number of different audits, both our annual audits, our federal single audit on our federal grants, and we have OPEB studies that we had to have done. So we've done a number of those things this year. And so in the process, I didn't hire an assistant finance director. I kind of wanted to see the roles of my different staff members as well as what I would continue to do and what the department needs would be, going forward. We don't right now have someone solely responsible for anything like purchasing or that type of thing. So I really wanted to take some time and sort things out and see whose roles would be whatever. So in that respect, the personal services, it's only a $1,500 increase. Part of that was I came in the lowest salary than my predecessor, and then I adjusted the assistant finance director position a little bit because I think I would prefer to have it. I was at 30 hours a week I would probably bring it to 35 hours a week. And, you know, depending on the market, I'm not really sure, you know, what rate I would hire that at. So overall, it's only about $1,500. And then, so for the accounting, it's a small increase. It's only $2,000. And what that basically relates to is, I'm sorry, wait a minute, that's personal services in accounting as opposed to finance for the financial analyst contractual increase. And then as far as expenses, my professional services, I'd like to increase $5,000, which reflects the anticipated increase in the annual audit, the OPEB actuarial study, and then a consultant I use just occasionally, like for the year-end close and certain things that I'm less familiar with right now. And then the only other change is the miscellaneous capital. Last year I asked for $3,000 for file cabinets. This year it's not needed. So overall there's not much increase in the finance budget. But we think we've moved forward, and each staff member has taken on like additional duties. Everyone's willing to help learn new things, and I think we've really progressed despite all the changes that we've had. That's it on us. Any questions?
She's doing a fantastic job. We really, appreciate all the information you give us. You're a great resource for us. Your information is credible, so very helpful in how we move forward with some of our work. So just really appreciate the job you and your team are doing.
Yeah, it's been super smooth. So it might have been a tough transition on your side, but it wasn't apparent from our side. So thank you for making it look good. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I feel like you're an untapped resource. Yeah. And that kind of just puts you right into that.
Well, she wasn't untapped. She's been a resource for a lot of years here and done a fantastic job in her previous position. And it was sort of a natural progression. And fortunate for us, you were willing to take it and brought us through a lot of ups and downs and a few bumps along the way and smoothed it right over. And to Rich's point, you masked it very well. So I think most of it fell on your shoulders, and you kept us, unaware pretty much. But you've done a fantastic job, and appreciate it very much. And we're happy you're here.
Don't go.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Right.
Stick around.
I will echo my colleagues, absolutely. That was a little scary, having a transition like that, and it just was so seamless and smooth on our end. But, doing a fantastic job.
There was a lot of stuff
Appreciate
to pick up on and finish off
Yes.
too, which wasn't easy.
Finance?
Great job. I appreciate it.
It's a double high five.
All right.
You can switch seats now.
Stick around.
Quit while you're ahead, yeah.
Conservation.
No, I'm going to do it. Can you just stop the presentation? So
Conservation.
Conservation here?
So I'm going to speak to conservation.
Put your conservation hat on?
I will put, I went from my IT to my facilities, I put my IT conservation hat on now. I'm sure if we had made the request, somebody from the Conservation Commission would have been here. I opted not to because I think I could speak to the issues in the budget. As you know, Leah Basbane's our longtime conservation agent. She departed working for the town at the end of last calendar year. Leah had been believe it or not, a contractor for the town, even though she acted like and treated us like, and we treated her like she was an employee. So it's a huge hole for us to have. Fortunately, we have very engaged Conservation Commission and staff, and we're able to limp along since about January 1st. We went through a couple of iterations of trying to replace Leah, and we learned quickly that we were getting more than a bargain for the rate that we were paying, and that she was willing to work for us. We advertised the position sort of broadly as somebody to sort of step right into that role as a contractor. We did not get any formal proposals. We then opted to advertise the position As an employee, part-time employee, 18 hours per week, I believe we ended up advertising with a more market rate for compensation. So that's reflected in this budget here. It resulted in an increase of approximately $42,000 on the salary line. There's an offset because we're not looking to hire a contractor to do that work at this point. There was a savings of about $14,000 that offset that. So that helped us make some progress. But there is a net increase here that for the well-being of the community, for our residents, for our natural resources is necessary. And I'm actually pleased to let folks know that we do have a conservation agent who will be starting soon in that position. We'll have that person here to be introduced formally. Could be as soon as the next board meeting. So it was a bit of a winding road to get there, but we do have a budget that we think is the right budget for this department, and we will have a conservation agent on board here in the next few weeks. So that's certainly good news. To the extent that I can, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, opted not to ask the Conservation Commission to be here. I know that they would have been if we had, but I just didn't feel it was necessary, and they haven't typically been here. So.
My colleagues, any questions?
Just to point it out that the administrator has been in constant contact with the chair of the Conservation Commission. They've been working hand in hand in trying to pick up where Leah left us, you know, and she was a bargain for all those years, as we're finding out. Well, we knew anyway, but so again, the Conservation Commission has been very patient and very much in the loop with the town administrator to find a replacement, and happy to report it's happening finally. So it's but a little rough at first. It was kind of a shocker. So, but they've done a great job of Conservation Commission and the staff there just to keep things moving and meet the needs of the community. And now they'll be able to do it far better. Go down to employee funding, which is great.
Finance?
Madam Chair, through you,
Yes,
if I could just add to recognize Jennifer Ryan in the office and Lori, I'm going to try to pronounce it right, is it Chakal?
Yeah.
Okay. Formerly Lori Mitchner, as she may be known to some of us here. Jennifer, in her role as clerical staff in the office, and Lori as the chair, they have been carrying the load to get things done for us. And I would be remiss if I didn't highlight that fact and how much I appreciate their willingness to go through this, again, winding road to where we're at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Finance, any questions, comments? All right.
I'm not sure of the order, but I'd like if we could just to take town council next. That's page 29.
Yep, that's the order.
That I'm working off of. It's a level funded budget at $130,500. The only thing I want to say is that we do have multiple collective bargaining agreements that have expired or are expiring, and depending upon the progression of those negotiations, we may or may not need to look at that as something that requires additional funding for fiscal year 2025. I'm not prepared to make an adjustment to the budget at this point in time, but I just want to flag it as something that we'll need to monitor as things go forward. I think we're optimistic at resolving the ongoing bargaining, so I don't want to give the impression that I'm not expecting that. But as we've seen when bargaining for so many units carries from one year to the next, sometimes it can be an expense, and I just want to flag that as a potential, hopefully unlikely issue.
Thank you.
Bear with me while I go to town administrator and select board budgets.
Public safety.
Public safety administration.
I'd like to take public safety administration in conjunction with the town administrator budget. So if we could maybe do the select board and then go to that. Is that okay?
Sure.
What's it?
You sounded like we were on Jeopardy. I might say.
Take select board for.
For 200, please.
The select board office budget, just to fill in the point, the select board members do not receive compensation. They are elected officials and they volunteer hundreds of hours each per year to
I did
keep
get
our
my
town.
retro. My $100,000 bar, which I think you all find very much.
Nice candy.
Yeah, the board members are not compensated for the benefit of the public. I should just share that fact. But there is staff allocation for funding. The salary request is in there for this upcoming fiscal year, and we are looking to do a slight increase to better align with similar functions here in town that are covered by union contracts. And then I put an increase for supplies for $500 and for dues and memberships, which should cover any potential increase in our Mass Municipal Association membership for $500. So those are the only changes for the select board budget.
So we have a bigger candy budget.
I want truffles.
Truffles?
I want a dozen truffles.
It's not a lot to ask.
I mean, you feel so short. I mean, you know.
Okay.
Any questions on the select board budget?
Select board budget, sure I'll be happy with it.
If not, I'll move to page 39 for town administrator's budget. And again, I'd like to just take the discussion in conjunction with the public safety administration budget. So that's a $30,000 salary appropriation that was funded for this current fiscal year. It was actually only expended for the first 5 weeks or so of the fiscal year prior to Chief Murphy's retirement. I've opted not to replace the position of public safety director at this point in time. The connection I'd like to make, though, is that as has been requested by the select board in I think nearly every prior fiscal year, I have put in a request for funding for salary for the position of assistant town administrator. That's listed here for $120,000 for salary, but may need to be funded in conjunction with that $30,000 for public safety director as well. So that's a total of $150,000, and we sort of have presented it in that way at this point in time while we go through the budget reconciliation process. It may come together as a single request. So that request is something that's out there, intended to be considered in the budget process. I think the board definitely knows, for anyone else who does not know, it's generally the last thing I like to bring up to fund because we have so many needs, as you've heard about, going through the budget process here. But it is something that I hear regularly that may be of benefit not just to myself or the select board, but to all of our departments, boards, and committees who are looking for help from the town administrator's office. So I view it as a response to the feedback. It's not that it's something that I'm coming to you as saying, hey, this is a need. You've told me it's a need, and I'm trying to respond to it here, particularly given the transition in the public safety director's position. I think the time is, if it wasn't prior, it is now for this to be considered. And the corresponding piece is we do have an upcoming transition in Karen Marlin in the office. And everyone who works here in the town hall knows that is going to be a huge impact for all of us. Whether we see it directly or not, we will indirectly feel that the effect of that. The institutional knowledge that she brings, the expertise that she brings, and the work that she carries each day for all of us. The moments that I'm not able to be in the building because I'm out of the building, she's sort of the first person that hears, what the issues are and has to address them or find someone to address them. So those are significant shoes to fill. So I've requested that we fund for some overlap there for whoever's in that position for what could be a number of months to try to get that person trained early in the fiscal year prior to her anticipated departure in the, I think we're looking at middle to late fall / very early winter timeline. So those are two significant impacts. The latter is probably more significant, to be candid with you, but they relate to each other, as I'm sure you can understand. My hope is that we'll be able to fund them. Unfortunately, when we get to the next agenda item, you're going to see a scenario where they're not able to be funded because of the financial limitations, but that's something that certainly we hope to continue the conversation on, along with the many, many departmental requests that you've all heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Parking clerk?
The Karen's successor will need to take on those responsibilities as she carries them right now. Those are one of the hats that she wears. For the 15 tickets that might be given out, she is the friendly face that addresses the issues. She does a great job at it, too.
Yes. Mrs. Mapes.
I'm glad to see that in the budget, and it's not a reflection of your lack of capability.
Mhm.
I think it's we all see that and appreciate that and know how much you're working and doing everything, from putting the heater on to fixing the microphones to all the other things that you do. And I think this would be a helpful thing just for the community to have that second person there, the community, but also for you, so that it can just free up some of that time and space for you to do more, you know, future forecasting, future planning for us. Give you some think time to be able to work on your mission for moving the town forward. And I think there's not enough opportunity for you based on all of the things that you're juggling and doing for the town so well. So I'm glad to see that there. I think it's crucial, but I also think that the public safety director stipend, I would not like to see that disappear. And I wish that there was someone in our public safety force here that would take it on for the stipend, because I think that was an important role that the chief played as well. But getting back to the assistant, again, it's not a reflection that you need this, but you need this so that you can do all that much more for us that as a town administrator you would be doing, and you know, that you can't do because you're doing everything else, you know. So I'm glad to see that you put that in there, and I hope that we find a way to be able to bring someone as talented as you are on board to help you out with your workload. Mr. Wallner.
Totally agree what you said, that you need that assistant, we need that assistant, the town needs the assistant, so I'm glad it's in the budget. One thing I haven't heard through all this is about, we've always had that open position for the grant writer. Has that just been kind of?
No, it is funded here, although it's also, I should say that it is funded here. We've been very successful in securing grant fundings at the department head level, and more recently at the division head level in terms of all three division directors, so Lorianne, Joe, and Lillian, securing those grants. So you know, we've been able to make it through. We've left it funded here in the budget request. You're going to see in the next agenda item that it's one of those things that we would struggle to fund.
Oh, sorry, okay.
No, you're not jumping ahead. It's in the request. I didn't speak to it because it's been in there for previous years, but it is still in there at this point in time.
Okay.
As a request.
Yeah, because it seems like grants are out there, and we hear about when people do it themselves, there's a lot out there.
Yes.
And probably still we don't even know about.
And we're
but I know people are grabbing them when they can.
We're grabbing them left and right, to be candid with you. At the department level, we've really tried to focus on that. You know, they bring in a lot. It's a lot of funding. It's also a lot of work.
Yeah.
But you know, we've been going after a lot of different funding sources. But it is in the budget request.
Mr. O'Leary?
Some of us have been badgering you for this for years, you know, and this is the first year we've actually seen it here, so great, because it's a position that's, I believe, needed in order to allow you to do your job better, and you do an excellent job. But it would just free you up, as Mrs. Minipelli said, to concentrate on things that you really should be concentrating on, and allow you to have someone to assist you in meeting the needs at the department level, you know, so they don't, everything doesn't end up on your desk. And I've seen your desk. Yeah. So again, I think we should make every effort we can to bring this to effect, you know, to effectuate it. So it's important. So I'm glad you put it in. Make the public even more aware as to what the needs are, and we'll see what we can do. Yeah.
So I will echo my colleagues on that. You know, all of us see how much you do. People have no idea. Like I said, the next hat, you know, a lot of hats. The hat rack in your office. So I'm happy to see it. I think we should have had it on the strategic plan. And get it on there. So I'm happy to see it. Finance?
Well, we're very happy to see it also.
Wow.
I mean, I've talked to the TA off and on about how it would really allow him more flexibility to do some higher level things and that it was really important. So I'm delighted, as is the rest of the finance committee, that felt it was a good idea a year or so ago, that you're going to think about trying it out.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Does that wrap up our
Is that it? Did we get to?
meeting? Is that it?
It's on the list.
Yes,
Yep, we've exhausted the list.
we have,
All right. I'd like to thank the finance committee for joining us, and
It's still a budget update.
we still have a budget update, yeah, so if you want, you can hang around for that, but we've all been sitting on the edge of our seats for this one.
yes.
It's all yours, Mr.
Shall we go right to it? Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, through you, thank you. It's going to be kind of a shared or combined effort. I will start us off, and then I'll hand things over to the finance director for some of the detail. It's a difficult thing to discuss because we've gone through all the needs, including the conversation we just finished, and there are significant needs, just like there are significant needs in the school department as well. But we find ourselves at a very challenging time. And so we're presenting this as a fiscal year 2025 revenue and expense plan update. I'm just going to put up here a slide that the financial planning team discussed, going to town meeting this past June, looking ahead to fiscal year 2025. Our ability to carry the 23 budget into 24 was strained. There were many municipal and school requests that were not able to be funded. It was difficult to get the 2024 budget balanced, and it required significant reliance on one-time funds for one-time costs that we would ideally just be funding out of our ongoing revenues. We were fortunate. We had very high amounts of free cash, allowing us to balance the budget in fiscal years prior, but we knew that there would be economic and other factors that were likely to reduce the amount available in future fiscal years. Again, this is from June town meeting last year. Fiscal year 2025 will be even more difficult, and it's shown itself to be, in fact, just that, more difficult. We knew then that we would face difficult decisions about our priorities and what we could and could not do within the limits of Proposition 2.5 and our other revenue streams. And so that's where we find ourselves here this evening. Go into the detail. I'll turn it over to Lori Ann. You want me to just scroll through right off of this? Does that work? I don't know if you can see it from up there.
Yeah, I have one
Okay.
on my screen so I can see it.
So I'll turn it right over to the finance director to go through the detail. This will take the form of the typical update that we've received with regard to the revenue and expense plan, which is the document that the financial planning team works off of. For those who are not familiar with it, our financial planning team is made up of representatives of the select board, the school committee, the finance committee, as well as staff from the town hall, including myself and the finance director, the superintendent of schools, and the assistant superintendent for finance and operations as well, where we work together to come up with the town's overall funding strategies for the annual operating budget, with input from the capital improvement planning committee as well for prioritizing capital requests. So, Lorianne?
Go to the next slide. So the first slide is obviously just our property taxes. So the 24 column represents what was on the recap sheet in terms of the actual valuations and the new growth, which came in $1,483,000 last year, which was higher than we anticipated. Our original budget, we were going in at about $850,000, so it was a great development, and which carried over into 2025. The levy grows by the 2.5%, and then the new growth for 2025 we have estimated at about $975,000. This is based on 2 buildings, right, coming online for Pulte. So, it will help us in 2025, but it's one of the only increases we have. A lot of our other elements are just not going to grow. But so far we have the estimate of $975,000 for new growth.
Next slide.
Then comes our state aid, not a lot of change over the prior year. This is based on the governor's budget one. We don't really know if there's likely to be any increases or decreases. And as you can see, the SBAB reimbursement on, I believe that was the Hood School ends, so does the debt service, but you know, that's the end of any reimbursement that we're due. Local receipts. So the amount that we've gone with for 25 was our original amount that we had planned for 24. 24 on the recap sheet, because new growth came in so high, we were able to lower the estimated receipts to you know, achieve the balanced budget without having too much levy capacity that we would end up, you know, closing out. So the only piece that we ended up changing, we brought everything back to the original 2024 amounts, but investment income, we have increased based on our actual receipts. We estimate the 2024 receipts for general fund investment income and the sale of town-owned land, which is the Pulte property, which does in fact go into regular investment income, general fund investment income, will be about $2 million. But so as not to count, we have tried not to rely on the Pulte investment income, mostly because, you know, we didn't know if it was going to go towards a wastewater project or what we will ultimately do with that money. So we are budgeting based on just the general fund, typical general fund investment income, hedging that interest rates might go down a little bit, so we're budgeting $750,000 as opposed to, I believe the amount for general fund for 24 is estimated about 1.2 million without the Pulte. So we're going to run it at about 750,000. We felt that was the highest that we could push it, especially not knowing where some of the other items are going to be. We've been watching everything very carefully. We watch it on a month-to-month basis. As you heard the building commissioner say, building permits are slightly behind where they were. One big element for 2023 was the tax title receipts, but it's not tracking the same. We collected some really big ones last year. You know, it's not the same this year. So some of the pieces that we were relying on the strongest in past years aren't happening this year, but fortunately we have the investment income that's picking up the slack. Are there any questions so far? Okay. Next. So the other financing sources are our transfers from some of our stabilization funds. The primary one is every year from the debt service stabilization fund, we transfer about 1.3 million. What we usually end up doing is taking our free cash, putting it into the debt capital stabilization at the first start of the town meeting, and then further into the town meeting during our budget, the omnibus budget, we take it back out again and use it for the budget. This year, we've tried, because budgets were so tight, we wanted to maximize what was available to the town and school. We are actually planning on covering the full amount, the 1.6 million, which is likely going to be our debt service for 2025. We have a number of projects for 21, 22, and 23 that were not yet borrowed. So if everything goes permanent, we're likely to have a debt service payment of $1.6 million. Additionally, the batch premium, that money has finally been used up. When we received the premium years ago, we had to portion it out over the remaining term. There's only $600 remaining. The cell tower is the same amount we've pulled each year. Our receipts are about $360,000 per year, but again, we don't go to the full amount because if we receive a payment on July 1st instead of June 30th, it doesn't count. So we don't want to go right to the number, so 300 is the most we felt we could go. And then, I think as we discussed before, bringing the health insurance rate down to the 8.5% requires us to make a withdrawal from the PFA stabilization, and the town share of that is about $195,000. So these are all the revenue sources that bring our total general fund revenue to the 81 million. And that, from there, there are certain fixed costs, and it becomes then a share is apportioned to the town and the school. So these are our shared costs for 2025. The Essex Tech Regional School Assessment is, I get the two schools mixed up. This is the actual assessment. And the same for the Northeast Regional. Then the debt service payment for 25 on the Northeast Regional project is $154,000. Our first 2 years, although the debt was supposed to come down about $10,000 in the future years, the first 2 years went up about, I think it was about $5,000. So it's $154,000 for 2025. The debt service non-exempt is $1.5 million plus the 65 for the little school, plus 60,000 for short-term interest. So those numbers are offset all by the debt service stabilization fund transfer. The exempt debt is obviously offset by the override. And then the state and county charges, those types of things, it's based on the preliminary cherry sheet. The reserve for abatements and exemptions, we have pushed this number to $450,000 based on the fact that we've gone to 100% on all of the exemptions. The senior work-off program has increased. It could possibly increase again for 2025. And then just general abatements based on the increased values. And then there's just our usual liability insurance and our health insurance contingency. So these are all elements that I think we've discussed before, but these are what we feel are our costs for this year. Now, one thing with the PFA contingency, and Mike, would you go to the, one thing that we did do, and you'll see these numbers in blue, is we took a careful look at our health insurance. Each year, we have a budgeted number, and we were increasing that budgeted number by the anticipated increase each year, whether it be the 8.5, 9, whatever it was. And I looked at actuals, and I also looked at the town versus school split. And between the PFA contingency and the two lines of municipal and school, we were over budgeting, partly because the contingency we were increasing by 8.5% each year, and that doesn't increase by 8.5%. It does not increase by the percentage in the insurance. It's what we set the contingency at. So if we set it at $1,060,000, that's what the contingency should be. It's not, it doesn't grow. The other thing is we do have a certain amount in addition to that PFA contingency for changes in employees. Like if you have a number of retirees, they stay on the health insurance, but your new hires could also take the health insurance. So our contingency has a little more than the PFA contingency, but the two blue numbers, the town share went up just slightly a little bit, but the school share came down close to $450,000 because over the years, as they anticipated adding employees, that number grew and grew and grew and grew, but it didn't always come to fruition. So the number was just, compared to what we're actually spending, was just too high. So we've left ourselves a little bit of room there, but it was a big change to what was previously. So if you look at the numbers, it doesn't look like an 8.5% increase because we brought the number down. Most of the other numbers, they're the standard increases, whether it be 1%, 2%, 3%, over the lines that we've been standard use over the years. So those are our anticipated fixed costs for 2025. Any questions so far?
Health insurance is a big number.
It's a very big number.
It is. So what are we budgeting percentage-wise for the health insurance? I mean, the numbers shift, but
It only, I believe that, I think it was like 2.5%. It was only a small amount because of how over budgeted it was.
but we deliberately over budget to ensure the contingency is there, right?
Yes.
That's what we've been doing.
Yes, but it was over what the contingency.
We never
contingency.
set a limit as to, we never put a ceiling on the contingency amount. Because again, we're 6 years into this thing now, so we have a better track record. But before that, we were being very conservative and maybe overly cautious, but cautious to ensure that, well, we had a 2% increase, we were budgeting 7.5%, to build up this contingency for years such as this year, which was very significant increase. So what we're suggesting here is go more to actuals.
Closer to actual.
Closer to actual rather than, and burn down the contingency.
Yes.
Put less in, if
Right.
any, if any.
Right, so the estimated contingency with taking some out of the PFA stabilization was $1,060,000. Our run rate for '24 is like, I want to say just over 900,000. So we would still be putting in about 150,000 for '24. So we kind of went the same way with '25. And and in addition to, Mike, if you want to go back up to the previous slide. In addition to, so you'll see that number is $1,142,000. Our share of the $1,060,000 is about $742,000. So we added an additional contingency into this number of $400,000, and that is partly because of we never know the changeovers in employees, and we wanted to give ourselves some extra room, like you said, for the contingency. It was just that our surplus in employee benefits has been so large, it's hard to tighten up or fund things with the health insurance being over so much. And between what municipal and school were facing, it didn't seem right to leave that number so large and not tighten it some.
I'm gonna be the naysayer. That's for me, a big, hard, should not have been done, because we're concerned about, it's not a surplus for other benefits, it's for one specific thing, which we know increases double digits beyond the 8.5% annually. We get quotes for much higher than that. So if this all disappears and we have to go back to, a regular, the way it used to be done, people are gonna see double-digit percentage increases. So this is a buffer for that one specific purpose. And like Mr. O'Leary said, there's no cap to that contingency. We need it to grow, and perhaps there's a way for you, for at least the town's contingency set aside to maybe invest that and make some other income on it, but it should still be going right back into it to grow it. So my thought is, you're not it seems like you're adjusting down that percentage that you're budgeting to basically cover other expenses, but that is the largest expense, other than payroll, that we have to make sure we maintain.
So the surplus that was in, I don't know how to explain this, in health insurance wasn't all the PFA contingency. So what would happen each year is they would, RSI would reconcile that number and say they had the contingency at $1 million and say we spent 500 on claims. They would say that the, the surplus was 500,000, but really what we were seeing in health insurance was 900,000. So we would put 70% of that 500,000 in the PFA stabilization, but the rest of it was going to free cash. The rest of the surplus, because we were over budgeting, it wasn't related to the actual PFA contingency. It was just an over budget in health insurance that wasn't what RSI was tracking.
I guess I don't understand that, because it's, yeah, I don't understand what you're talking about. I hate to say that, but because this is one specifically tracked item, so.
So it is one specifically tracked item, but there's two things that are
And if there's a
happening.
surplus, we have an agreement as to where it goes.
So there's actually two surpluses that were happening.
Mhm.
One was the PFA generated surplus, which is tracking at $150,000 in this current fiscal year, and we've carried that into next fiscal year. Then there's a $400,000, I think that was the number we ended up with, surplus that we built into this number, above and beyond anything that's going on with the PFA.
Because you're budgeting that 8.5% increase.
So the 8.5% increase is purely the number related to the prior year's budget number. And what we've found is that that number has drifted way off from what's actually happening in the PFA, and in fact, what's happening in the rate structure. We're trying to correct that here prior to then having to figure out how we're going to actually balance the budget. And this correction, again, it's a $150,000 built-in surplus in the PFA that the town, through the select board, and the IAC have agreed to, is how the PFA should work. That is resulting in the 8.5% rate increase for the cost of health insurance. Lorianne has then added $400,000 to that, separate and distinct from the PFA, to buffer us against any sort of variance that happens with people coming on and off the health insurance. What's changed is, above all of that, was another roughly $500,000 worth of money we were tying up and appropriating in health insurance that was simply going to free cash at the end of the fiscal year. Wasn't going into a stabilization fund. It was getting allocated into different projects. It was getting allocated into the offset of the debt capital transfer. It wasn't having anything to do with health insurance. So it looks like a reduction, but what's happening is we're adjusting for an artificial inflation that was happening over multiple years. So Lorianne went through, she went person by person in the census to figure out what the actual expense was to try to reconcile it. Then went back and added the PFA contingency, then went back and added another $400,000 because we know we want that flexibility in here. But this is everything we said we were going to do in the PFA plus $400,000 of buffer.
So is this just, when you are saying you were anticipating maybe needing that as an additional buffer if more employees came on board, but historically you're not seeing that, in other words?
Right, so it was just,
okay, that
we were
makes
growing
sense.
the budget every year
Yes.
by the health insurance increase. That's not what we were paying out.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with what's generated as
Right,
the,
yeah, and it's not the
set
PFA
aside
contingency,
surplus.
it was like a surplus above that.
All right, okay. Now I
It's
understand.
confusing, I spent the week.
I don't think I actually realized we budgeted that way until this moment.
So, and we just continued to take a prior year's budget and then increase it 8.5%.
Yeah.
And the reality is, there was a significant chunk of that that increases 8.5% in the rates. But the contingency number, that's something that we control. It doesn't, it's not subjected to the rate increase.
When
We can
you were
choose to
saying
do that.
contingency number, I was confusing that,
So,
yeah.
anyway.
It's a contingency of potential new people coming onto the plan, and we need to budget for that. But historically, we haven't needed, but we've just kept adding it in every year.
Right, right, and especially the school side was extremely skewed.
I get it now,
Is everybody
thank you.
understanding that now?
That makes sense.
I just think, well, one thing to note then too is by fixing this, some free cash that we've gotten accustomed to, we will also no longer have. So you're gonna show bad numbers, and then on top of it, the $500,000 of free cash that we were kind of getting every year-ish, we're not, we're gonna count on that this year.
It's a significant impact that we'll speak to in
Double
future
bad
slides.
news.
Yeah, but you'll see it, it'll come back to us in a future slide, you'll see.
So what, so don't carry forward, don't carry on. No. It was a good thing before.
Help meet our free cash goals for the finance committee, so now we can make new goals.
Yeah. Need to drop yours too.
Everything has a ripple effect.
I didn't know. So this slide is the allocated fixed cost. I believe it's based on historical use, the town and school split as to how, you know, their employees to our employees. And these are all the categories that can be assigned between the two, as opposed to some of the other fixed costs that there's just no way to allocate. So, Mike, you can go to the next slide.
Can I just ask a question on this one? When are we gonna stop paying the county retirement? When is that gonna, is there like a future that date that stops for us, or are we just indefinitely gonna be?
2036?
It's supposed to be fully funded by 2036 or 37.
Yeah.
And when the upcoming economic downturn hits, that date will be pushed out
It'll be
again.
pushed out to 2040. Yeah.
It's been pushed out 3 times in my career.
Perpetual. Always.
It was 2025.
It was.
It was
right.
originally 2025.
It was.
Yeah.
I believe it was a 6.5% increase for this.
It was, yeah.
Okay. So
We do make an early payment on that. That's a discount. It's not a huge discount, but it discounts what we have to tie up for this. We do that each year.
all right, we can go
Go to the next slide.
So, when all is said and done, you take the fixed costs that are shared off of the total general fund revenue. There's $70,228,000 to be shared between the municipal and school departments. So on the municipal side, so our allocation is $23 million. Our fixed costs are 5.7. So when you subtract that, go to the next slide, please. The town side fortunately does have some offsets, revenue offsets that come directly to the town side, are not shared with the school. So we have our trash fee, the cemetery transfers, the ambulance reserve, or actually it's ambulance revenue, which we had increased last year from 650 to 700,000. The water indirect, which goes up at about 2.5% a year. The transfer from recreation for their Medicare costs, and the 104 Lowell revolving fund is to cover the inspectional fees on the Pulte property. So when all is said and done, the town share of the revenue after all the fixed costs is $20,001,248. Our budget request came in at $20,246,000 for just level services. So that leaves us with a deficit of $245,188 on just level service requests.
So, to make that more real, the position of assistant town administrator would not be in that number. That's not a level service request. The subsidy for Parks and Recreation would not be in that number. Those are all above and beyond. Is the next slide, schools? All right.
Would not include the four
Oh, yes.
firefighters, correct?
It doesn't include 4 firefighters, but they will come back into the conversation when I talk about, conceptual, budget balancing.
Right, so then the town, the school share is $46,974,000. So once you take off their fixed costs, their allotment is 38 million. The request came in at 39,973,000, again, only for level services. So they have a level services deficit of 1.2 million.
So,
And, Madam Chair,
Yes.
take a comment, and anyone can come in, but just like we just mentioned, just a few of the things on the municipal side that we need that are not level, and the list is a lot longer than the few examples we just did. I believe also on the school sides, there could be some things that are definitely not listed, and I'm just saying, some of the numbers, and again, we'll keep it separate. We're not even getting into some of the, stuff we need to buy that will, under a different committee. So just to point that out, that this is bare minimum stuff we're talking about, so it's not, I think sometimes the Facebook faithful put that, we're buying the equivalent of BMW and Mercedes for the town, but it's not that. This is just, at this point, trying to get the 1992 four-door Civic just to keep running another year, so.
and we'll speak a little bit, from information the schools have provided us, as well as the municipal end of things. I know this was a comparison that you did just to show where we're at.
So we just wanted to show a historical comparison as to where we have been in the past at this point in time. For 23 and 24, I compared numbers. At that point, there are certain things that we typically move off to free cash. We fund debt service from the capital improvement stabilization, which is ultimately free cash. The snow and ice deficit, retirements, and I believe it was the capital projects. There's over $2 million that we usually push off to free cash. So for both 23 and 24, those two deficits that you see, we had done those things. But at that point, we hadn't yet, completely pushed our estimated receipts or altered some of the other things that, we have a little bit of flexibility. This year in 25, we have really pushed everything to its limits. We've reconciled the health insurance, we've pushed the investment income, and we've used over 1.3 million of the capital improvement stabilization to try to make the budget work. So the town side still has a level services deficit of $245,000, and the school department still has a level services deficit of 1.2 million, with no more tricks left.
So you did, this year when some of the challenges began to really come into focus, we focused on we developed a 3-year projection, fiscal year 25, 26, and 27. Or maybe you just want to speak to the numbers there.
So as revenue estimates, we use our typical percentage increases for each of the, whether it be estimated receipts, state aid, those types of things, new growth. And for fixed costs, again, our typical increases, 8.5% for health insurance, 6.5% for county retirement, those types of things. So I also applied a general 4% increase to both the municipal budget and the school budget, because that seems to be over our historical trends, what our increases tend to come to be. So as you can see, as the years progress, the level services deficit just grows. We've done everything we can to our revenue, we've done everything we can to maintain our fixed costs, and by the end, we have a $2 million deficit, and the school department has over a $5 million deficit in 2027. So unfortunately, our problems just keep growing.
Mr. Studo.
And again, because I just want to keep repeating it, that's level. That's none of these other things, as we know time and time again, when there's a delay, they also go up in price for everything. So just something that, keep in mind, this is just for everyone in town to enjoy what we have now, pretty much. Nothing new. I think it needs to be said, because again, there's a narrative forming that there's extras that are causing this deficit, and it needs to be said aloud over and over that it's not, because that's the narrative forming, that there's all these extras that, it was goodie bag. So.
One thing I should point out, for 26 and 27, I did not use the debt service stabilization for debt service, because if we push everything, there's a good chance we're not going to have the free cash in the future years to do that. So that is back into the operating budget. We'd have to fund it, and that's why the deficit, on the municipal and the school sides grow so much.
It takes a one-time increase of that roughly $1.5 million, and then it carries forward. And we'll, like I said, I will show it. It's kind of what Mr. Sutherland was identifying, and we'll get to that in a future slide.
So just, if you just take, so the reason for the deficit, this is what you've outlined in this slide, is because of the fixed costs. The fixed costs obviously are increasing at a percentage that's higher than what?
Yeah, health insurance is growing at 8.5.
We see that.
The debt service over the next few years will be high. And even Middlesex County grows at 6.5. So when your tax base can grow at 2.5, makes it really hard.
It's a big nut to crack that.
Well, the other important thing to understand is 80% of your budget is salaries here. I mean, we're talking about collective bargaining agreements and salary increases, and never mind just the employee benefits portion of things, which are exponentially far exceed the percentage-wise of any collective bargaining agreement. But, when you're agreeing to salary increases above the amount that revenue can be raised under Prop 2.5, and you want to maintain level services, assuming level staffing levels, that's the biggest one. That's the biggest one. Mr. Buckley has his hand up.
There's a question.
Mr. Buckley, our chair of the school committee.
Just one quick question on this, Lorianne. What did you put in for new growth for the next years? Because that's the other thing, where new growth from the Pulte project in particular, I think the last buildings are being estimated for this year or for next year for new growth. What did you put in for new growth? Next year's last one?
Yeah, so 2026 is 850,000, and 2027 is about 510,000.
We tail it off.
What is the definition of level services for the non-labor lines? Labor I got. What about non-labor? How did you calculate what level services meant? We've looked at half of the budgets or so. Right, so what does that mean when you say level services?
So we're generally talking about not necessarily level funding, because we don't come in here with budgets that are the same from one year to the next, but we take what was funded last year and what is the cost of doing it this year. So we're not adding to scope necessarily in most cases.
But did we strike out new services that weren't included in previous year's budgets, or?
Yes, yeah, so when we're talking level service, any of the things that came in here as sort of a highlighted, hey, this is new this year, we're looking for funding for it, that's not showing up on any of these slides. So, I'm going to take over from here, if that's all right. So this is the fiscal year 2025 municipal budget. So we're normally having this conversation in the middle of or end of April when we're talking about I bring a proposal that's a recommendation to balance the budget for submission to town meeting. And it usually is later in April. We've expedited that because of the challenges that we're dealing with, so that we can start somewhere. And, some of the things we've also done is we've expedited sort of tightening things in all those fixed cost lines, those projections, the health insurance, the investment income. We've done all of that here. So, to be very clear, we put this together over a 3 or 4 day period of time before we even heard the presentations at tonight's meeting, which, I feel a little uneasy about, but we really had no choice given the timeline that we're on to try to continue working towards a plan for a June town meeting. So you see here that we had a municipal level services shortfall of $245,188. And again, that just ties back to a prior slide. I won't go back to the slide, but the prior slide, that's a number that you would have seen a couple of slides ago for just the municipal departments, excluding the school department. And what I've done here is, based on my discussions with the fire chief, I've added to that deficit number the costs associated with 4 additional firefighters and their benefits, just $341,000. So what that does is basically escalate our deficit to $586,902. So those are not, by the definition, level service requests, but from what we heard from the fire chief, in practicality, they end up becoming level service requests based on what he's seeing for trends in the operation of the fire department. So that gave Lori Ann and I a $586,902 deficit that we had to try to solve for this fiscal year if we were to submit a balanced budget absent any change in the revenue stream. And so I struggle with saying, oh, these are, recommendations, but, this is a concept that we put together that, we felt had the least impact while trying to balance the budget. But make no mistake, it does have an impact. So you see off the top, removing that grant manager position, which has been funded in multiple fiscal years but was not filled. Collectors, we reduced salaries, to reflect some transition in staffing. We reduced miscellaneous capital, $12,000, and we obviously heard about the impact that might have, and how that there may be in our needs. The public safety director position, which is vacant at this point, removed from the budget. Police department funding the acquisition of a radar gun from free cash rather than from the operating budget. The fire department, the forcible entry simulator, could be funded by free cash, and removing the call academy training based on a trend of not necessarily always expending it, but wanting to have it available should we get call firefighters interested in pursuing it. Some public works adjustments, including removing a duplication of funds that we identified, so no real impact on that. Removing a business manager position that we were trying to fund half from the general fund and half from water, and then funding a generator request from free cash or the revolving fund. That totaled $61,000. So what that did, when totaled up, got us to reductions of $341,714. That doesn't get us balanced. Down below are a series of lines where Lori Ann identified I'm sorry, I said that wrong. That last line, $61,000, we're not balanced at that point in time. We needed to reduce an additional $341,000, which is made up of reductions in the lines that you see below. None of which are pleasant to talk about, and many of which, again, were additional contributions to free cash because we weren't spending all of the funds in each year. They were a buffer that would go back into the pot to be considered at town meeting, some of it allocated between the town and the school, some of it going to warrant articles. But things like reducing police and fire overtime and veterans benefits, where we've had flexibility, fill-in inspections for code enforcement, some town building maintenance funds. And again, we haven't itemized it here for discussion, but these are areas where we would basically make reductions that would total $341,000 and get us balanced. And when you add them to the things that we've talked about in some of the other lines, make it nearly impossible to make that $1.3 to $1.6 million transfer from debt capital for next year, meaning fiscal year 2026. So, these are things that we've been talking about and we've sought to do. These are things that we've had for flexibility that, this isn't sitting here as a recommendation, but it was, I think, kind of these were the only things we were really able to identify without having to talk about existing positions or accounts that we know we're going to actually spend. So we've expedited that to bring us to this point in time so that you see what our discussions are. This is one list. The other list that I want to show, some of which we discussed tonight, some of which we discussed 2 weeks ago, some of which we discussed on the Saturday budget hearing. These are the municipal initiatives and needs that are not funded in what we talked about. And this is a sampling of them. It isn't necessarily even all of them. Elder services, the substitute van drivers, the outreach assistants, the tree maintenance crew that we know is out there, staffing for youth services and veterans, the assistant town administrator position. Something that's not in the budget, but that we know is coming, the youth grant, the youth substance abuse program grant coordinator. That money, dries up. Those are all things that are needs that are not factored in any of the previous slides when we talk about our financial planning. And then we get into the fixed costs. There's been discussion of the means tested exemption for seniors for tax relief. That's going to have an implication somehow or somewhere. Maybe we opt to just spread that liability back across the tax base so it's not new revenue that needs to be raised. But we wanted to put it out there because we know it's being discussed. Town center sewer operating costs, should we go through with that connection? There'll be additional flow that will be going through the plant that will have a cost that we have to account for. And then the capital plan and debt service. And, again, I've taken some liberty in this with Lori Ann. This $500,000, could be debt service for major capital projects. It could be funding that goes into smaller capital projects, but it's a need that we know is out there just by virtue of the work that the Capital Improvement Planning Committee is doing. And then the last line is, again, what we've been talking about, the $1.3 million transfer from free cash that, basically, will either be significantly reduced or not available to us in future fiscal years by making some of the adjustments that I talked about in the prior slide and we've talked about along the way. So that's the municipal end. I'm always hesitant to tell the school department's story, so I've literally cut and pasted this from the superintendent's email from last week so that it's on here, because I think it describes well what's going on. The school department has discussed a recommended budget with modified level services presented at their meeting last week. In addition, there's some new positions and initiatives that are included in the modified level services budget that are part of the school department's strategic plan, including the goal of eliminating the tuition associated with full-day kindergarten. We talked about the $1.2 million gap in the level services. That's listed on there. The superintendent's proposed recommended budget, the gap was $1.9 million. And again, that's when you consider some, the school department's equivalent of some of the things on the prior page here, not all of them. There's a question, Madam Chair.
Just briefly, I know you stated these needs, but this is, for example, when you're saying a modified level services, that they've adjusted it so that they're not, doing the kindergarten free goal. They took that out, right?
So that would be reflected, I believe, at the $1.2 million deficit. At the $1.9 million deficit, I think there's progress that you guys would make on that, if I remember correctly. So I'm kind of looking toward.
Madam Chair, if I may. Typically, the
Mr.
school department.
McGowan, by the way,
Yeah.
our vice chair.
Sorry. So typically, the school department has presented 2 budgets, actually 3, but we'll ignore the third one. A level services budget and a modified level services budget. And so what those 2 numbers, the 1.9 and the 1.2 million, are those 2 different numbers. So I wanted to clarify, first of all, Tim, to your question about the definition of level services. In the school department's budget, the level services, the $1.2 million deficit, includes new positions to respond to expected enrollment changes in the next year. So they're not they're new positions, but they are required to meet the enrollment needs as they come in. So there are some new positions in there, but again, just to meet those needs. The modified level service budget, for which there is a deficit of 1.9, does include a few new positions.
Aligned to the district plan.
They're really aligned with our district plan and that reduction in the full-day kindergarten, which is a significant portion of it. Does that clarify anything, or did I just say the same thing over again?
Yeah, but I think in light of the 1.2, why are we even talking about two separate budgets here?
Well, it's just comparable to what Mr. Gilberto just presented in terms of the needs that he presented sort of outside of his level services budget. Yeah. The idea being that both sides, we all have needs that aren't being met. And, you know, we can certainly identify those needs.
Can we go up to the previous slide? So here, I mean, point out that they're, you know, again, everyone's going to be affected across the board, every demographic, because I think there's this, you know, I mean, I think we kind of been hinting at it for about a month now that everyone's going to feel the pain, and it just, you know, sometimes like I'm happy you were able to identify. I mean, it's across the board there, but then if you can go up the one previous to this, where you identified. So on the potentials down there, there's a couple that if police or fire need overtime for public safety, I don't even know why we have those there. That's not doable. That just, you know, trying to, you know, everyone's gonna take one for the team, but let's be serious. Like, if we need overtime for fire or police because of public safety, we're gonna do it no matter what we put on an Excel spreadsheet. So I feel like, again, I applaud what's here, but I feel like for those two there, which can be considerable cost, some of the most when you look, depending on what's going on, I don't even think that's realistic. I think that's gonna happen. I mean, unless...
Well, if we're including 4 firefighters,
Well,
we
forget
could
the
be
4.
realistic about the overtime for the fire.
Well, forget about the 4, those. I'm just trying to point out that there are certain things that even if we try to project we could possibly cut, may not happen. Just like if there's a year where we have 4 nor'easters versus 1. What are we gonna do, not plow? No, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna figure out somewhere to get the money. So it's kind of the same idea to me. I just wanna, again, it's, you know.
So what I was going to just say in response to that is, you know, I think we're confident that in general, those two lines, the police and fire overtime, the reductions would be in the amounts that are generally contributing to free cash. But a bad year in either of those departments, and we would need that funding. So.
They were based on historical turnbacks.
And be a little careful here too, because like virtually everything on this list either spends or reduces our free cash. So we can say these are reductions, but it's really just contributing to our overall free cash funding level from year to year.
There is
going to FY26. I guess the point would be then what's the next list? Going back to the previous chart.
Yeah, so, you know, my eyes are like laser focused on that bottom line, that $1.3 million that we transfer from free cash. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's all gone, but we have taken steps in the prior 2 slides that erode that number significantly. And it doesn't just have an impact on the municipal budget, it has an impact on the school budget because that free cash is going back in above the line to be split. It's also going to warrant articles, to capital improvements. So there's certainly an impact. And, you know, look, we didn't go through the exercise of finding our share of $1.3 million, but just based on what I'm showing you on the slide before, there really isn't anywhere else to go but real positions that are occupied by people or real services or departments that are existing now that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to fund in future years.
I guess the select board could take a pay cut.
Mrs. Hurlbut?
Yeah, besides free cash generating additional monies for toys and services, Moody's recommends that most communities have a free cash of about between 3 and 5% per annum. And if you start to fall, if your free cash number starts to fall, then the interest you're going to pay to borrow goes up. And it also risks your bond rating. So forget the stuff you're going to go buy with it. It's going to follow you for a long time in bond ratings and ability to borrow at good rates. That's it.
Andrew, I was going to actually ask you to explain that, because you explained that to me. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, through you,
Yeah.
something I failed to do at the beginning of the conversation is, for those who may be watching at this late hour or will watch at a future point in time, when we're talking about free cash, it's not free money.
Right.
It's money that is generally left over from one year into the next. It's revenue that came in beyond what we thought was going to come in, or it's money that we thought we were going to spend and didn't spend. So it has a very real, we ran out of juice here. It has a very real impact because we do rely on it for so many different things, as you see in the financial plan each year.
And also, just to reiterate that we didn't name it free cash.
Correct.
It's something the state
We had a
makes us call it.
We had to cut Gilberto's battery already. We're already making cuts.
No more presentations. We're not taking public comment.
Just make a statement.
It's 11:30.
Yeah,
11:30.
we're trying to, we still have agenda items to get
Yeah, we
through.
do.
Hung in there, Abby.
Just so, you know, when I'm letting people speak, they're this is school committee members and finance members.
Joint meeting.
I mean, those
Madam Chair, through you, I guess, in terms of the presentation, I'm just going to conclude with a couple of slides. First, this is a projection that Lori Ann did last year for discussion ahead of the town meeting and during the wastewater discussions. And the dollar amounts, you change one little thing and they fluctuate dramatically, but the point of the slide is to show that from one year to the next, we have a deficit and it grows. From fiscal year 23 to 24, all the way out to fiscal year 2043. It's a gap that's there. It's inherent in the structure that we have. Our revenue streams generally grow about 2.5%. Our expenses over time grow at a 4% we came up with. You look at any snapshot in time, this is literally generated by looking back 20 years and just forecasting it out 20 years. Nothing special about what happened here. And the way we've made it work year in and year out is we have to cut here, cut there, maybe benefit from a cost reduction, but in the end, this is what ends up happening. Just talking about the next steps, financial planning team will continue to refine the recommended strategy for fiscal year 25 and beyond. Capital Improvement Planning Committee continues its work for the FY25 capital plan. School committee budget hearing, I believe it's scheduled for Monday, April 8th. Do I have that right? Thanks, Scott. We have been talking about a potential for a joint select board, school committee, and finance committee meeting. A date that came out of the financial planning team was a Wednesday, April 10th. That was identified as a possibility. And it would be to discuss just where we're at now and review this information, discuss a strategy forward. The timeline kind of backs out from the town meeting. Town meeting would be Monday, June 10th. We expect the select board would sign the warrant for that town meeting on Monday, May 6th. So we would want to have a printed budget in whatever form it might take, by that point in time. I think that is everything we wanted to review. I know the hour is late. I thank everybody for their attention on
Something to sleep on?
Yes, such an important issue.
Nightmares.
Well,
That was not a good presentation.
No, it was a good presentation of unpleasant facts.
wasn't the message we wanted.
That's what I meant.
It was a very good presentation, just bad message.
But it's good data for us to understand going back and you're culling that.
Thank you for the list, right? Because everybody always asks, like, well, what are these potential cuts? They think it's just like, there, it's like, well, let me show you. I think that's important.
Makes it real.
I just hope the department heads were aware of what you were presenting tonight.
So some of them are and some of them are not. I can't stress enough, this is not my recommendation.
No, I know it's not your recommendation. I just didn't want necessarily have people hear it for the first time, but.
Some people will be hearing it for the first time.
How
but
is the school gonna, even the level services, where are they gonna come up with the 1.2 million?
So again, from us,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
What are they gonna do for their
so
department?
I'll speak from the municipal end. I think that, putting this on paper as things that we could do, not that we necessarily recommend, but things that we could do that would get us to a balanced budget. For the school committee, I'll let them speak to it, but the options that I described here that do not result in any direct personnel impact, I just don't believe they're available to the school committee at this point in time based on where the deficit number stands, but I'll defer to them through you.
Yeah, is there anything that a school committee would like to contribute to this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think what Mr. Gilbert just said is essentially accurate. That we would not be able to close that gap without personnel, reduction in personnel.
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, maybe a better way for me to describe it is, many of those departments they're turning that money back at the end of the fiscal year, and then we are collectively using it to fund a future fiscal year's budget. School committee has not historically turned back funding in the form of free cash. It's not historically been able to do so. So there's just different pressures on the budget.
Just a comment as well, I mean, I think, comment on an earlier comment as well, I think, ever since I've been in town, on the school budget, they present what they would like to see first, and then they present what level services are. Sometimes there's a year where you put something in that was new and you cut something that was old to try to do that, but regardless of what the number is, the only way to cut it is with positions, and don't know the specific number yet because there's a lot of discussion about that. We've been having meetings. Dr. Daly's gone back to the principals, we've gone to the teachers, they keep coming back and forth, and the number will depend on what the positions are. Teaching positions cost more than paraprofessional positions, for example. So, like the first draft that we looked at was 14 and a half positions. And I don't know what the number is now. We're having meetings this week as a subcommittee looking at that, and that's what we'll be presenting at the budget hearing is these are the cuts that happen, or vote for an override if you don't want those cuts. And those are the two options.
Yeah, and just to add to that, in the financial planning team, conversations have been about presenting a budget with the cuts and presenting a budget, so without an override and with an override, what that will look like, so that town meeting can make that decision. Can you live with those cuts? Can you live with those reductions? Or do you want to do the override and not have to do that? So present it to town meeting and let them make that decision is what we've talked about.
I'll add to that in those conversations, we've talked about, the numbers that we've shown you here are fixed at this point in time. But solving that number this fiscal year leaves a deficit in a future fiscal year. And we need to make sure that we're keeping that in mind. So, that will be a challenge. And what that balance is, should we go in that direction, we're going to have to collectively decide, what makes sense.
Just one more comment that I haven't made before, so I'll try not to repeat myself too much, but the interesting thing is I think our problem is maybe a year or two worse than the municipal side's problem, but if we fix our problem by cutting 15 positions this year, our problem is not as bad next year. If you fix your problem by cutting all the free cash turnbacks, your problem's worse next year. And so I think both sides have problems and both sides have needs, which is directly attributable to expenses going up. And so, again, I think in the finance planning team, we've been working very well collaboratively, trying to look at it as a town problem, and regardless of where we're at with the timing of it, but we're in the year where we're losing ESSER funds. We have an increase in special education needs. We're losing other government funding because our town is not as
Not as poor.
impoverished as possible,
Right.
as we've done before, and we're settling contracts, which are making the labor go up because we're putting those on the books going forward. And so it's going to be a problem on both sides from what I've
Yep.
seen. So.
And we'll be losing new growth with Pulte.
Yep.
that-
Revenue is not going up.
So,
Mr. Wallner.
so if we were going to do the override to take care of everybody, what does it look like?
We haven't projected that
Yeah,
yet.
we're still working on that.
You can add to that some very major capital projects too.
Yes.
Like the Chestnut Street
Right.
Bridge, which is $3.5 to $4 million.
And
That in itself is going to cause significant issues in debt service. If it is try to fit it in within the operating budget.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially we wipe, I think, everything else
Yeah.
out, and still it wouldn't be enough money.
Yeah, without an override, there are no other capital.
And one thing to bring up, we don't want to go too far this because Mr. Gallagher will have his presentation at some point, but I fear that there's other projects that need to be funded a la Chestnut Street that we're not going to know until that culvert study comes out. So I just feel that the surprises are not going to be positive. And I feel like, the tab's been running for a while, it seems, and the bill's coming due, and there's only, very few. So thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Gallagher, about the capital projects. So.
That's my job, it's not going to pay for.
I saw that in the budget tonight, yeah.
Pointed out to me.
Yeah, I know.
We're getting full value for that.
Yeah.
All right.
Me too.
Right.
I think we can wrap that up. We still have some other things. Finance can probably go home and go to bed. We still have some things to work on here. Thank you very much. Giving us your input, and thank you to the finance committee. You're most welcome.
I'm gonna put it on this because it was on there.
Okay. Michael, do you want to just use mine? Plug it in?
Here.
It does.
I don't know if I can plug the HDMI cord in. Can we, Rich, can we put it on this thumb drive though? That would save you some time. Yeah, you could just copy it.
Oh, you want my thing?
Shut the air conditioner.
I have it on my.
Do you know how much heating costs are? No.
Right?
Cut there.
The heating isn't on, it's the air conditioning. Save money.
Start posting this in my backyard.
Save money by shutting the air.
Just
conditioner.
say
Are
it.
folks cold?
How contribute?
Yeah,
Are
I
folks
do
still
have it.
cold in the room?
I'm so cold. I'm
Okay.
frozen.
Really?
There you go.
I'm frozen.
Okay.
Are you old school with that thing?
What's the frozen?
We're already here late, so we should at least be sitting in the heat. It's a little too much.
Local disc D, Michael? Where do I send it to?
Just,
Oh, the zip?
the zip drive,
It's
yep.
compressed zip code.
You don't have to compress it, you can just copy it right in there.
Right in there? It's right.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Well, the next thing is.
Look at how late it is,
I know.
12. Some of us have to, be on the road. Some of us are.
Are we ready to move on?
Just loading it down.
We're going to, after this last conversation, we're going to go to senior citizen tax assistance.
No.
we don't need IT here.
I think we should table everything.
Yeah.
Those are quick, but those are quick. You know, it's never quick.
Because I have all these amendments to make.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, she's making a sport out of it.
Let me sit over here. Should I sit over there?
You can sit right there, I'll just slide through for you.
I mean, I let them all out, I was gonna just go through. I'm with you. Are you sure? You sure? They're not. All right.
I think this is up to date. If it's
So I
not, I'll
can
tell
send
you.
it to them.
Okay. So this was, on Michael's slides, this was listed as means tested exemption for seniors, which we call the North Reading Circuit Breaker Match Proposal. And so this is coming out of the Tax Aid Committee. And the way we started was probably almost a year ago. We started by looking at a lot of what other towns have been doing to help out their seniors. And we ended up going through a long list of what those were, and then eliminated the ones that just didn't make sense for our town. And where we ended up, besides increasing the workout program numbers, which happened, is to come up with a potential circuit breaker match proposal. So let's just review what the Mass State Circuit Breaker Program is. It was created in 1999, and it provides economic relief to seniors by providing a refundable tax credit to help offset property taxes paid on a home in Massachusetts. So in 2022, the benefit was up to $1,200. The state actually brought that up to 2023, $2,400.
Actually, it's a little higher, 25.
I think it is a little bit higher. I don't know why that
So-
happened. I usually see that. I say 25.30 or something.
25.90.
But
So,
for-
Mr.
25.90.
Wallner, seniors get this, seniors who pay their taxes and meet the requirements get this refund from the state.
From the state as a tax credit, correct.
Can I just add one thing on that? They have to file the circuit breaker. If they do not file a circuit breaker, then they're not eligible for this. That is the first filing that has to take place. They have to have lived in the town for 10 years. They have to,
Well, I think on the next slide, we're gonna talk
Yeah.
about that. So just go to the next slide. And this is the eligibility criteria from the state. You gotta be 65 plus, this is the state. 65 plus, you have to own your home. The maximum value is just a little over $1 million. Your income for a single max is $69,000. That's at the bottom of your 1040. And married, $103,000. And what you get is the property tax plus 50% of water exceeds 10% of total mass income. So for example, if your property tax is 10.5, which is our average right now, if 50% of your water is $500, then it's $11,000. If your income for married filing jointly is $65,000, which isn't atypical to the demographic we're talking about, they would get 17% qualifies for the mass circuit breaker exemption. So like she said, you have to file for it, but if you qualify for it, you get it, and then you get this. So if you go to the next slide. Utilization by North Reading residents was actually in 2021, I put the wrong number down because we just got to refresh the slide. Gail Manning, who's here, she talked to Brad Jones today and got a refresh slide. It's actually 402 in 2021, which equaled $420,000 with an average credit of $1,046 per household. And actually, when we looked at this, going back to 2001, the number of filers, circuit breaker filers that got the credit was 107 filers in 2001, and then it's been going up year after year after year to now where it's at 400. So, I mean, what we've been seeing in town is that, you know, there's definitely a demographic of people who are on fixed incomes, and they're getting more and more eligible for this circuit breaker that's going forward. Okay, go to the next slide. So there's basically 3 different types of models out there. We looked at different towns to see what they were doing. There's 3 different types of models of how other towns have handled this. So I'll just kind of walk through. The easiest one is Wakefield, which is basically, if whatever you got on circuit breaker, they'll match it 100%. And their only criteria is you have to live in the Wakefield for at least 10 years. Not in the same house, but in their town. So that's very simple, easy to implement. Reading actually was matching up to 150% of the old 1,200. They haven't changed their $1,800. So now it's still stuck at $1,800. They'll probably change that in the future, but that's where they are right now. So I had to kind of, reinterpret how they originally intended it, but it changed when the mass allowance went up higher. But still the 10 plus years, and you still have to qualify by the mass circuit breaker. Westford got a lot more complicated. They started taking that maximum home value down from 1.025 million down to 453,000. And they also built in an asset limit, meaning the assets that they owned. So they brought that in as well. And they also put in a more restrictive income max limit. So they put, governing agents on 3 different criteria to make it more eligible.
So create a lot more work.
A lot more work. It's
a lot more work.
A lot less people qualify at the end of the day. All right, so those are 3 basic models. We go to the next one. I think now we haven't been able to get together so the reason why this is draft, because we haven't been able to vote on this. We haven't been able to get a quorum together. But so this is for all of us, this remains a draft. But the recommendation that we worked on at the end of November was that we would match either 50% or 100% of the mass tax credit. Eligibility with that, they would own their home for at least 10 years, live in our town for at least 10 years, and have received the circuit breaker tax credit from the prior year. That's how they would prove. So they would come in with a prior year, tax return to us, and we would go off of that. And that we would, and then what would be the burden on the taxes? So there's basically 6,000 dwellings, 6,000 households, I guess you could call it. If we did 50% match, the cost would be around $400,000. That's a number we saw that Michael had on that slide back there. And it would hit each household on average, for the average household, about $67 per household per year. If we did 100% match, it would be $800,000, obviously, and $133 per year. So it's, pretty simple program. But why are we doing this? Go to the next slide.
Can I just ask about that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, in other words, if you did the 50% match, they get a $67 credit back?
No. They would get up to like $12.50, I guess.
What we would be paying to fund that.
So if they got $2,400, we would match them.
Who would?
The eligible people, the 400 eligible households, if the credits,
At the full.
No, the credits, $2,500.
No, that's $67. Everybody else picks that up.
That's right.
Including the people who are getting the credit.
Including the people who are getting the credit. Does that make sense?
No.
Although,
Okay, so
Michael,
let me
he's
start
talking
again.
about,
You get $67 out of your tax bill.
No,
Actually, more,
but
it's
he's
worth more.
saying, okay.
Michael, were you going to do it through the overlay? Where were you going to find the money?
If we're shifting it onto the rate, we wouldn't be, right?
Let's make sure we understand.
Yeah.
We were under the impression because of this that there was a shift. If we did it on the overlay,
It would have the same impact.
No, we
basically-
wouldn't raise it above and beyond the limit. It would come out of the
it
limit.
doesn't go above the limit if you do that.
No, I know, 400,000 have to come somewhere else, within the budget.
Yeah,
mean,
so, right.
You can't though, because they just did that warrant article, so they're already funding that out of the overlay.
No, I know.
So the 53C and a half that was just adopted, that's 100% match, up to 100% matching on all our exemptions.
No,
So-
I get that, but I don't know that we can't create another category of taxation without, say, special legislation or something, to do the shift. We can shift for commercial, industrial versus residential, and those other few little exceptions that we don't fall under, but to actually shift the burden for this would take special legislation.
Yeah, I think it's a.
That's how Reading did it. I mean,
Yeah,
they got
this program
special
is a whole
legislation.
special-
Yeah, I mean, we have a write-up of it from Reading, what they had to do. And Brad Jones shepherded that through.
Do you want to wait for questions?
Yeah, no, we can talk about this now.
Well,
We can talk about the
one question I had is on the, I think it looks good. I know it may make more work, but I do think some kind of asset limit should be warranted. And the reason is because, I'm sorry, but even if that's all you got, if you're sitting $100,000 in a money market or a retirement account, it is what it is. You know, it's kind of like saying, it's like any other government program that helps you. And we're already excluding the home, which, that's fine, right? Because you don't want anybody to have to fund a reverse mortgage to live. Like that's, so fine, you can keep your $1 million house, but if it's feasible, I think it would be easier to present, especially to those that just, miss the circuit breaker by a couple thousand. You know how it can be, your AGI doesn't get adjusted, right? And now, you're at 106 and you're not getting the credit. And you're thinking like, wow, I may know a neighbor my age who I know is sitting on a $250,000 like retirement account, and they're getting it because they don't have the pension I do, but I do have the pension. Which with the government pension or a private pension, depending on when you got it, and 2 Social Securities, you can get up to $103,000 pretty quickly. I'm not giving the merits of $103,000 what it buys you, but that's what I think. I think there should be some sort of asset limit,
The only issue with that is, if people qualify for the circuit breaker, it takes into account interest earned on money in the bank. Because they qualify by an income level, what comes in, not the asset, because those assets are generating interest and dividends, right? And that's factored in. I mean, I have a number of clients this year who were eligible for the circuit breaker who did lose it because they were on the cusp there, and because interest rates went to 5%, 5.25%, they were out there shopping their savings account, they moved the money over there, all of a sudden they're over the limit, and they lost it.
And again, I'm not saying.
So that, just from an administrative standpoint, the determination as to whether or not someone qualifies for the circuit breaker under the state law or the state program is done. And that renders them eligible to come here. In other words, those determinations were made by somebody else. If you get into the Westford model, which is starting to get into it when you're saying we're going to do asset-based this, tell me what you have in the bank, tell me what you got in your IRA accounts, tell me what you get no, it's what's your income? What's generating income for you? What are you living on here? Not what you're nesting in. What are you living on? And for the most part, again, I do a lot of these. There are very few people who have a significant amount of assets beyond their home who qualify for the circuit breaker at these income level limits that the state has established. So,
Again,
for the handful that might.
I'm just trying to think that I don't think the number is big, even on the full. All right, okay, I don't want to generalize. Maybe if I'm paying an extra couple hundred a year, it is what it is. But I think that specifically, I'm thinking about this year, right? That I think this is a good program. I just don't want to see it die in flames because you're presenting it after, and possibility you're asking people to vote on an override. So you have to take that into account for this year. That it's like, okay, we need 2 million or whatever the number ends up being to do this. Oh, and by the way, for some of you, we kind of want to attach another $150 a year to your tax bill, which it becomes like you got to pick this year to shift. So I think if you can then sell it that, hey, but we've done everything in our power, even extra, to make sure that it's warranted. So that's why I say it, because it's going to come up. It's going to come up, right? I mean, and again, I only say it, I know we haven't talked about it, but I've been running the numbers back and forth. I don't see how we avoid an override unless we are ready to take cuts that people don't even want to look at the presentation.
I know,
but then if you ask people also to take on 800, you're going to get somebody who gets up, I guarantee you, and say, well, then why can't we shift money to get full-day kindergarten free? It's going to come up. I will guarantee you that question comes up on town floor. And then what? And then we're going to go to war between that. It's going to come up. I'm just trying to avoid that.
Yeah, I know, but part of this whole discussion is going to come around to, what are we, what segment of our community, senior citizens, people over 65 years of age with income limit thresholds, who don't put kids in the school system, do you want to keep them in the community and allow them to assist them to stay here? Because it's getting caught. I mean, the average tax bill on the average home is $10,000 here. You know, pretty soon it's going to be $1,000 a month for the privilege of living in North Reading. Never mind if you have a mortgage, never mind maintenance, upkeep and all the rest, for people who are on fixed incomes. Those people, we want them to stay here. They're the ones who invested in this community for years and years and years, not more than 10 years, but at least 10 years under this proposal.
Decades.
You know, but decades, who made the investments in the schools and everything else, put the kids through, but then, you know, for the last 30 years, haven't had any kids in the schools, they don't mind doing it. But now they're being forced out because the price of housing, the price of taxes and all of that. So it's what do you want to do to keep these people in our community who continue to contribute, but don't have the same costs associated with other families? And, you know, what's it worth? You got to balance it, right? So,
I just want to understand the numbers here.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sold on this being a good idea at all, especially given the bleak financial picture that we just heard about, and also all the other things that we're trying to ask for overrides on to make us a more affluent community in terms of new growth that we see, that seems to be a possibility. So I'm not sure that this is the right way to go, but I just want to know how did you calculate the numbers? Because in the slide that you showed a little bit earlier, is it a fixed amount that the individual receives as, so that would be.
So go back even one more. So, you know.
It's your averaging credit, right?
Right, so the average credit was $1,048.
when it was $1,200 was the
And it was
maximum.
$1,200.
$1,200 was the maximum.
Now it's $1,800.
And again, I have some clients that are getting $500 on it. Some people are getting $200. Some are getting the full $1,200, and now they're getting the $2,490 or $2,590.
So it's because it's graduated, right? So as you get closer to the max, you get very little. If you're way down, you're gonna get a lot, depending on your property tax. So
For
it's,
income, in other words, if your income is lower, that'll.
and your property
be
tax is high, you're
Yeah.
gonna, you're gonna get a big benefit.
Okay,
We would
so
match that
can you
dollar
go
for
back
dollar.
right there, that,
You know, or 50%, whatever,
Now,
whatever
keep going,
program
one
you
more
want.
slide up.
so, wait a minute.
You okay?
No, I'm sorry, the other way, I'm sorry,
I know.
the other way.
Did I go the wrong way?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said
Yeah,
up,
you
I
can
meant
go
down, yeah.
Yeah,
wanna go?
you averaged it
Am I
out,
going
right?
up or down?
Yeah, so what we did, I'll just tell you how the number came about. One more.
Down?
Yeah,
Right
that
there.
one.
Okay.
So what we did was we basically just took using the average, you know, the 1,048, we basically just did that at, what would it cost at, you know, at 100% and what would it cost at 50%, divided by the number of households, which was 6,000.
Okay. so
And that's how
you-
we came up with the cost per household on your taxes
Okay.
would be an extra $67 for 50%, $133.3 for 100%.
Okay, I feel like this is a simpler explanation, but I also think it reminds me of the assessment and saying, you're saying it's 67 per household, but it could fluctuate.
Well, that's
It
the
could
average.
be lower, it could be higher,
Yeah.
depending on what that individual
Well, yeah.
gets.
The average household.
Yeah, so you took the
$1 million
I should add
average,
that on.
means what on
and
the
you
tax
also
rate?
took the 400 households here, right? Did the,
Well, we based it on that, what we
180.
think is
in
going to
North
happen.
Reading.
In North Reading, yeah, and that's,
All right.
That's all right.
2022 is 412, so it's about that.
DLS.
So that 400,000 would be the expectation if the 50% match is supported
Correct.
for the 100%.
So it's $72
would be 800,000.
instead of
Yeah.
67.
Right now, based on the average. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes
Now, this is where this is, my recommendation would be, and I know
So
there'll be,
if
you
it's-
know,
again,
I think
it's
Dale will
180.
say something different, but I would
It's
say we
18
should start at
18 bucks per
50%,
100,000,
get experience
400,000
with
is
it, and then we
72
can always
72 bucks.
increase it, you know, over time to see how it goes. But but Gail will say, and I think you'll say, we should go for 100% because people absolutely need it. I think that knowing what we're in for this season, for this year, I think even if we did 50%, knowing the state went up just by double recently. So, you know, it could be 2,400, the 2,500 plus another 1,250, they're around $3,700 off. That's not bad compared to what it was 2 years ago. You know, that's pretty good.
Is this the end of your slide?
Well, Steve already said, if you just go one more slide, it's the reasons why we have to think about it.
Oh.
But I mean, this is, you know, 30% of the population in North Reading are senior citizens. It's still growing. I mean, we're going up to 40%, sure enough. And, you know, there are approximately 600 homes out of the total of 6,000 that are occupied by just one senior citizen. That kind of explains a lot of it right there. And like what Steve said, if seniors leave our town, they'll most likely be replaced with families with kids. And, you know, I've heard any number from 16,000 up to 19,000 per child in the schools. You know, it really adds up. If you lose, it makes financial sense, because keeping those people in town is really important, because when they leave, they'll probably get replaced with families. And then we're going to have a whole different problem in the schools. So we're maintaining this very delicate balance between the empty nesters, people without kids in their houses, and those that go to school. And it's basically 2 to 1. It's the empty nesters, single people, that are funding the people that have their kids in school.
So,
And that's, you know, other than what we're going forward with, that's the end of my slides.
but 30% of the population as senior citizens, they don't all qualify.
No, they would not qualify. Again,
But
only.
that's gonna increase the amount that they pay, right? Because they'll still
Yes.
shift more tax burden upon them as well,
By
right?
$67.
So of that 30%, what's the percentage that gets the circuit breaker?
Well, 412 out of, so we're 16,000, so 32 plus 16 is 48.
Percentage of like.
So 412 out of 40, 404,800.
3.
Right? Make me get my
You
calculator.
get 40, you get 4,800, 30% of the population is 4,800.
Yeah, so 4,800.
So you've got less than 10%.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
get 400.
10%.
I mean, this, well, I don't know if you take it on.
I have a question. Is this our decision,
8%.
or is this our decision to put it on a warrant? for
Oh, no, it's town meeting. Town meeting.
It goes to town meeting.
Yeah,
We're just gonna decide whether we're gonna put that on.
whether you want to
on
sponsor it,
warrant.
whether you want to put it on.
Yeah.
You know,
The taxation aid can be a good sponsor.
Sponsor it.
Yeah.
We would never step in the way of that,
Right.
though. But we also have to make a decision, are we gonna?
whether you recommend it or not, right?
Right.
Yeah, or
You know,
let's work it out.
You know, and as far as, you know, everything else that's in front of us, you know, town meeting may very well decide, you know what?
Right.
Rough it out for a year, you know? We're not gonna give you an override. We don't believe everything you're telling us, and we think there's that in the budget,
Yeah, yeah.
like some other people said today, you know? I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
You know, and they say, okay, show us, you know, make us feel the pain, and see what happens. At the same token, you know, then you've got another proposal here, but we'll buy into this one. And then we've got to find another $400,000 in the budget to do it, you know, or get special legislation which allows you basically an override to cover the costs, which is, I think, what Reading did.
That's what Reading did.
Which is what Reading did. It allows you to,
Westford probably did too.
Yeah,
well,
I-
Westford put together a program that looked good and does nothing.
It's basically,
Yeah, you're lucky if you have a handful of people that would qualify for that.
Yeah,
Assessed valuation of a home is
$435,000.
$453,000, and income levels down to $45,000, and, you know,
sounds good.
yeah,
It's not
sounds good, and
impractical.
here's the 6 people
All
that.
right, for the sake of time, because it is
It's only
after
12:05.
midnight. So no decisions being made right now. This was just to bring it to us.
Well, I guess, just, you know, are we in favor of it? I mean, in general, we don't have to vote, I'm just asking. Because then we'll
Consensus?
go back to tax aid committee, we'll clean up our slides, and, you know, we'll bring it forward, but I'd like to have your support.
I think the question I have, and I think this is hard to project, but this is going to increase year over year, right? Because if we're going to follow the state, unless we do like what Reading did, where it was just like picking a number out of a hat. So that's the thing, that,
Yeah,
let's say the people who qualify stays level, right? If that number goes up more than 2.5 every year, now we just put another program in the books that is gonna get level funded above our 2.5. So I think we just need to,
Well, I don't know if the special legislation allows for that new growth as the participation level increases and decreases. It's only that dollar amount that you need that adds, that's the override amount.
but could you, if you get the special legislation approved, right? I'm just throwing numbers, and let's say in 5 years, that number's up to 3,000 instead of 2,590. That you've already gotten the approval that that will just raise dollar for dollar with it, or no?
No, to me, I would put a cap on it at this point and then allow for the flexibility of increasing the cap.
So like Reading did.
So
So they picked 1,800, we picked like 24, we picked 2,400, but it will be 2,400 no matter where the state brings the circuit breaker credit.
which is what?
Until we decide to change it.
Until we decide to change it.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, that addresses that question.
that's what Reading did,
Okay.
yeah. Because that's why it's different than what it originally started as.
My opinion on support is, Rich, I think it's a good idea. I just feel that we're bringing it up at the wrong time. That's my fear, that like, it's a good idea that, and maybe it turns out the other way, like, Mr. O'Leary said, but, I think we go in there, right, and it's like.
Yeah. No, I know, the problem is there's a level of urgency here.
And the
it
thing
just-
is,
We can't wait an extra year. To me, it's like, I'd rather bring it up for a vote and have it turned down, and then to not bring it up and wait another year.
You mean at the town meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think, I'd rather take our lumps and have it be a
yeah,
no.
there's been
Yeah.
criticism levied, against us, and somewhat justifiable, that we haven't done enough yet, at least perception-wise. I think we've done pretty well, but perception-wise. And this is a program that we're not reinventing the wheel here. It's tied to something that the state already renders eligibility for people, and it's the people who are most in need from an economic standpoint who qualify for the program. It's something more that we're willing to offer if town meeting wants to buy into the program.
I think I don't necessarily think I have enough information, but as I see it now, I wouldn't be in favor of it because I think there'd be a considerable amount of outrage for us passing along a tax obligation to a population that was supposed to be doing more for, not increasing their taxes. So there's only a slim percentage of that 38% of seniors who are asking us to do more for them that we're gonna shift a tax onto. That's a problem in my eyes. I think it does the reverse of helping out seniors.
Well, it comes down to almost like a town meeting last year when a citizen got up and said, why aren't you going to the max
Right.
on the work release program? And town meeting went, yeah, why not? Right? That increases the tax burden on everybody too. It took money right out of our budget and shifted it to that. There's consequences with everything. There's economic consequences to every decision that's made. And and this is a conscious decision as to what the community wants to do at this particular time with everything that's facing us. And again, this is going to be through town meeting and special legislation as opposed to a general override vote.
Mr. Wallner, I'm curious, because you speak to a lot, that demographic doing this, but what's the sense you get from those seniors that will never qualify for this? Like, what is their, like, again, and you can, because I feel like, just because you're the same age group doesn't mean you agree on everything, right?
Yeah, no. I think that our town is actually people who, let's say they're seniors and they're doing well, right? I think they actually recognize that this is an issue and that they actually want to support their community, their demographic, the people that they've been in town with. I think they actually have a lot of heart for that. I mean, I think they, my general impression is I've had people call me who say, on various things, it's not really me, but I recognize this as a real issue and that we have to take care of the people, who aren't doing as well as everybody else is.
And again, I've done hundreds of returns of people. And every year for my client base, I always check for those, because I know who's marginal, who's close, who's not close, and I just run the circuit breaker for them and see where it is, and they say, you know what, you missed it by $283 to get something. So they're on the cusp, but don't worry about it. Next year, the taxes are gonna go up enough where you're probably gonna get a little something back. And other people, they don't even, most of them don't even think about it. Once they get it, they start thinking about it, but other than that, they're not wired in for it. So unless the tax preparers, and again, the ads that Representative Jones puts in the paper, it triggers something for people, they ask. At least some people are asking, but most people don't even look at it. But then when someone's preparing the taxes, doing it for them, say, by the way, you're getting $600 more from the state because, you're not getting the full $1,200, you're not getting the full $2,400, but you're getting $400. They're, wow. But they know they're tight, their budget is tight. And for other people, doesn't make a difference, regardless of their age. But again, we're trying to address the people in our community, allow them some sort of assistance to afford to stay here longer.
May I say something?
She's on the taxation aid committee.
Taxation committee, so I'd like to say something.
Okay.
Gail, do you want to come right up to the microphone there?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, we're talking about a minimum of 10 years. Some of these seniors that are on a fixed income have been here for 20, 30 years. They're paying horrendous fuel charges, real estate taxes, and they just want to stay in their homes. I don't qualify, I want to say, I don't have any hidden agenda. I don't qualify for this. But I, as an individual, feel badly for people. I wouldn't want to be taxed out of my home if I'd lived here for 20 or 30 years. And I don't really believe that people in North Reading don't have compassion for a limited number of people, and they can say 120,000, 150,000, 200,000 a year, that $67 a year is going to really harm them. I mean, I believe in people caring about their neighbors and their community. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for working on this. So I'll give my opinion. I feel the same way I feel about the override. Bring it to town meeting and let people decide what they want to do. Put the facts out there. This is what it's going to do. This is how it's going to affect everybody. And, let the town meeting decide if they want to do it or not.
Yep.
I just don't have enough information. If you go back to that slide, that 400, 800, is that 67 across the board to every household? How is that?
For the average
That's the
house.
average.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. That's a piece that probably needs to be highlighted, but.
Yeah,
So the
I added on-
average
I added
of
it on.
67, every other household is gonna pay that average,
Correct.
Depending on the
regardless
house.
of their
Yeah.
valuation.
If your house is 400,000, you're not going to pay that. You're going to pay 30. If it's, 1.2.
No,
then
but
you're
if you
gonna
have a $2 million house.
You're going to pay,
An extra
$200.
$67 in average.
correct.
In other words, it's not fluctuating based on I just would,
It is going to fluctuate
fluctuates
based
based
on
on the
assessed
value.
valuation.
Yeah.
It will fluctuate based upon assessed valuation.
What is it, 785,000?
I think the average is 825.
No, it's
So it's 11.
No, what's
What's the average assessed valuation?
Was it 825?
811.
Nine, it's up to nine something average.
938,
Yeah.
155.
And it's easy, Kate, if you have a $2 million house, you're gonna pay probably about $150. So it's based on that, like everything, right? It's based on progressive, based on.
If you have a $450,000 house, you're going to pay $30.
Correct. By the way, that water bill cost is awesome. I'm hungry.
Yeah. This could be a lot.
There's 7,800.
So,
All right.
anyway,
All right.
So, do we have a consensus?
I think, yeah, I'm in favor of the taxation aid committee bringing it forward for consideration at town meeting.
I think they should bring it
I
forward.
do too.
Yeah, I mean, just let town meeting, yeah.
Yeah, so we have consensus of that.
yes, and then we need to know what we need to do if
Right.
it does actually pass.
Right.
Well, the warrant article will tell you what you need to do. If it's going to be through special legislation, that'll fix it, If it's going to be absorbed in the budget, based upon what the proposal is, that's a different story.
That's a different
You got to
story.
find 400,000 somewhere, or 800,000 somewhere.
Right,
If I have 400,000.
Right, so,
yeah.
Add it to the
We
pain.
need a genie in a bottle.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would guess that the proposition would be to special legislation,
Yeah.
as opposed to absorbing it into the budget. That's
All
up to the
right.
Taxation Aid Committee to come up with the
So you got
recommendation.
your answer?
Thank
I
you.
think we should move on.
Thank you, Tax Aid Committee.
On the meeting.
Good night, guys.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you for
Good
being
morning.
here.
Marianne,
Thank
thanks.
you, Grandma.
You're a vet. I mean, we try to take out the COVID removal
Good night, Mary.
time, because we're dangerously getting there.
What happened? We
One of
had
the first
the
one of
last
the-
meeting was a fun.
One of the first meetings I took after getting elected in 2020 lasted until 1:15,
Well,
remotely, at least I was home.
All right,
all
so
right, let's move it on.
do we want to bang these out, or we want
let's
to
go.
But
do?
the appointments, let's just get rid of the appointments, forget the meeting.
We need to do the license renewals too.
Okay, all right, let's do it.
All right, I'm just gonna take them as I see them, okay? Madam Chair, I move to renew the common victualler license for Thompson Club Incorporated doing business as TCC Grill, 2 Mid-Iron Drive, to expire December 31, 2024, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mrs. Manu Pelli. All in favor, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Right?
Don't leave till you sign it. Don't need signature.
Start sending them around. Madam Chair, I move to renew the seasonal club all alcohol license for Thompson Club Incorporated doing business as TCC Grill, 2 Mid-Iron Drive, to expire December 31, 2024, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. Studo.
Aye.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I move to renew the seasonal club wine and malt beverages license for Thompson Club Incorporated doing business as Pro Shop, 2A Mid-Iron Drive, to expire November 30th, 2024, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I move to renew the transient vendor license for the sale of flowers, Christmas trees, etc. at 226 Main Street with Robert Connors, 858 Wyman Street, Woburn, Mass. to expire December 31, 2024, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I move to renew the general on-premises seasonal, I'll try that again. Madam Chair, I move to renew the general on-premise seasonal wine and malt beverages license for Golf Facilities Management Incorporated, doing business as Hillview Snack Bar, to expire December 31, 2024, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
One place your daughter doesn't work, okay.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mrs. Kelly. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Madam Chair, I move to renew, I keep saying that. Madam Chair, I move to renew the common victualler license for Golf Facilities Management Incorporated, doing business as Hillview Snack Bar, to expire December 31, 2024, subject to all regulatory requirements.
Second. I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Okay, that's it?
That's it?
That's it.
Appointments.
Now we're doing appointments.
Yes. Order
Okay.
of aye.
Ready?
Ready?
Okay, Board of Registrars. Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following name for reappointment to the Board of Registrars for a
Get your
term to
steps in.
expire December 31, 2027.
Getting your steps in.
Stephanie Cohen.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary.
I think I'm the liaison. I am the
You are
liaison.
the liaison?
Yeah, and then she's the incumbent, she was recommended the Democratic member of the Board of Registrars, recommended by the Democratic Town Committee, and recommended by the town clerk.
You don't have to sign.
Nope, just you.
I sign. Yeah.
Oh,
So Stephanie
Is a name, it's a Cohen.
Keough.
Cohen.
Cohen.
Cohen? Stephanie Cohen.
Cohen. K-E-O-H-A-N.
Mr. O'Leary,
Stephanie Cohen.
Mr. Walner,
Stephanie Cohen.
Mr. Studo,
Stephanie Cohen.
Mrs. Manu Pelli. Stephanie Cohen. Chair is Stephanie Cohen.
Okay, Library Trustees. Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following name for appointment as a full member to the Library Trustees for a term to expire December 31, 2024. There's 3 openings. There's one person, Marishka Canel Full.
Second.
Mariska,
Canal.
Foley,
No,
Full.
full.
full,
Full, F-U-L.
like
For
full
a
house.
full term, for a
Like
full
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 term.
For a full term.
Mariska,
All right.
Canal, full.
And who is the liaison?
The UK liaison?
Oh, me?
No.
This is what the chair asked us to do. She just wanted to verify with her that she wanted to take on the role, so I'm assuming she's the one that may effectuate the full appointment, right?
I did not have the conversation with her, Mrs.
I
McNeil
did.
did. You did,
I
okay.
did. So, Mariska Canal.
Okay, so we have a name roll call, Mr. O'Leary?
Mariska, Canal, full.
No, full,
No,
it's
full
for
term.
full term.
Full term. Mariska.
She's an
Canal.
associate.
I was thinking.
She's an
Oh.
associate member. of
Mariska-
the board.
That's what he said.
I thought that was like
No,
hyphenated name.
Mariska, Canal.
She's serving as an associate member right now.
That's how
So it's, so she can take on a full term.
At 12:24, we could
That's how the
excuse.
motion was written.
Right?
Okay, that's how it looks.
Mariska.
Mariska, Canal.
Okay, Mr. Wallner,
Good God. Mariska, Canal.
Mr. Studo,
Mariska Canal.
Mrs. Manu Pelli,
Mariska Canal.
Chair is Mariska Canal.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following name for reappointment to the Facilities Master Plan for a term to expire December 31, 2026. Mark Hall.
Second.
I have, who is the liaison? What is
Kate.
it?
It's Kate.
Kate?
I didn't talk to anyone about this, but let's just approve.
It's a reappointment.
Mark's already.
Yeah, he's been there forever, so,
He's pretty active.
yeah, we all know Mark. So, I have a motion, I have a roll call, name roll call, Mr. O'Leary,
Mark Hall.
Mr. Wallner,
Mark Hall.
Mrs. Manu Pelli,
Mark Hall.
Mr. Studo.
Mark Hall.
Chair is Mark Hall.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following name for reappointment as the Metropolitan Area Planning Council Representative for a term to expire October 19, 2026. Danielle McKnight.
Second.
Okay, who's the liaison?
It does, I don't believe it has a
Oh,
liaison.
what is it?
It's an MAPC appointment.
Oh, okay.
Danielle McKnight's great.
All right, so, name roll call, Mr. O'Leary,
In abstention. Danielle McKnight, we'll give it to her.
Mr. Wallner,
Danielle McKnight.
Mrs. Manu Pelli,
Danielle McKnight.
Mr. Studo.
Danielle McKnight.
Chair is Danielle McKnight.
Are we doing meeting minutes?
Go away.
No, we're gonna table them.
Sure.
The table? Okay.
Can we fix this
She's got
before?
she's got more amendments than they have
Yeah.
for the constitutional convention.
Boy, there's a lot of them, Chair.
Town administrators report?
Madam Chair, through you first, we do have a list of vacancies that we put in the packet and we referenced on the agenda. So we're planning to re-advertise those. It's a mid-year advertisement, but there are a number of boards and committees with vacancies on them. So unless there's objection, we're going to plan to advertise those vacancies and see if we get some applications. And then finally, we did close on the acquisition of 1 Central Street on Friday. So the property, including the house, is now in the town's possession and ownership. And DPW will be keeping an eye on it for us for the time being.
Congratulations to the town of North Reading for their purchase.
Thank you.
Just could you make sure on some of those the appointments designate whether they're associate members openings or
Yeah.
full membership? It's like conservation said 3 openings. I don't think it's 3 full
Okay.
memberships. I think it's
Sure.
associate.
Yeah, I think the same for the veterans events, and, but
Sure.
we did just have a resignation, so
Okay,
I will, yeah.
sure.
But same thing, it said that there was an opening, but I think it's an associate opening.
That's all. Just make sure when we advertise it, it's associate.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, move to adjourn.
I'll second that.
I have a motion to adjourn, I have a second by Mrs. Manu Pelli, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.